There we go.
Ready? Good evening and welcome back to Buy the Dice.
What is going on with that?
It's perfectly fine.
Okay.
It's still gonna. That's an overlay on our screen. Don't worry about it. So before we get into things, first of all, announcements. As always, thank you to Rare Earth off of Highway 99 in Eugene, Oregon, for their weekly sponsorship and advertising for us on their Facebook page. The link to their weed maps is in the description, as well as to Reptiles for their continued support. Both are in ink at present, and paper and things like that to keep us in character sheets and printouts for parts that we need. Beyond that, does anybody else have any announcements?
No.
Thank you, John, for cooking dinner tonight.
Oh yeah, thank you guys for the ingredients.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
So that's everything then?
Yeah, I think so.
Also, announcing that the reason why Chris isn't here is because Chris just got.
Oh,
yes.
yeah! Congratulations! Chris just got a new puppy today.
We are out one Ronin this evening because Chris is off with a brand new puppy, and congratulations. He's been looking for a while.
And we're also out in Denver.
And
Yeah. And we're out Denver this evening. They have personal stuff, which happens from time to time, so hopefully they'll be back soon. We have Witchwood next week at 4 o'clock.
And with that, let's get back to where we left off. So, last week, approximately 1,500 refugees found their way into the small mountain town of Evermist. In the process of this, each of you went to find a niche for yourself to kind of do better, as it were, considering the circumstances that now surrounded you. Some because they were called to aid their circle, others because they looked at their moral compass and went, ooh.
Okay, no.
But no matter what the drive, everyone has spent, give or take, about 3 days
My character sheet went missing.
No cool.
of doing what they could throughout the course of the last
Oh, it's under my foot.
the last 3 days. Each of you has been assigned basically, or assigning yourselves, dependent as it were, tasks in order to do what you could. So we're going to start with you, Aspen.
Okay.
So, with 1,500 new refugees coming into the city, and the group of people that you just met upon your latest incarnation, you have had 3 days of time. And what have you been doing with all circumstances in tow?
So, as I am spending my 3 days, I have the first day early on. I end up having an epiphany where I realized that I caused all of this. I'm the reason why the refugees are here. I decided to try to redeem what was left of what my original intention was, to be a necromancer. And I set up a bunch of medical huts and work with the refugees, trying to go back and recreate what I originally started out with, as separating the death from necromancy and making it about a life magic.
Okay. So, over the course of the last 3 days, you've found yourself doing, at least that first evening, you found yourself thinking back over your memories of spells and things, cantrips and things that are easiest to get a hold of. And, like, you've been finding a little bit of motion towards your study of those things, as it were. So I need you to go ahead and roll like a knowledge arcana check. And just let me know what the result was.
Pick the dice up, damn.
Roll as high as you can.
As high as I can, oh yeah.
That's cocked.
Is it?
Yeah, it's
Is it?
cocked.
Thank
Yeah.
God.
Use your dice.
It's a 6 plus 6.
12.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the process of this and just sitting there trying to rack your brain, remembering that this should have been a life magic to begin with, and you weren't into necromancy for the creation of death involved in it, but more for the resurrection and the renewal part.
Yeah.
You, over the course of about the next day and a half,
Yeah.
find yourself having had the time to transcribe into your spell books and start rewriting and remembering 3 more cantrips. You can't use them, like, you would have to actually swap them out for ones that you're using per day.
Okay.
You can only hold so many in your mind at one time.
Okay.
But they're swappable depending on situation and things of that nature.
Yeah.
And 1 level 1, and if you're able to cast them, 1 level 2 spell. If not, 1 more level 1.
Thank you. Fuck yeah.
Considering what you were using for a reference, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, that would bring us around to Viridia, who was quite hurriedly off her way at the end of last session towards the grove to figure out what to do next. Tell us, what have you been doing for the last 3 days?
Well, the first thing I did was I made a notation about how many of these refugees were children and elderly people and people too sick to be useful in any way. I also took an account of the number of adult men and women who were able-bodied still well enough to look after their own, build things, hunt, and then I began to organize hunting parties and building temporary shelters at the edge of the grove for the refugees.
Okay. And now, as we've discussed throughout this, you've learned that there are about 1,500 people. Most of them families with children, some of them having only one parent. I gave you the actual statistics when we talked about that throughout the week. As a result of those, let's see, you also know how many elderly there are. But the mass majority of these people were pretty much on the brink of starvation by the time that they got back.
Yeah. And didn't you say there was like 30% of all the adults are able-bodied, about 70% of them are either
Yes.
elderly, sick, or infirm,
Or infant or children.
or children.
The majority of what seems to be here is either the percentage of adults is about 30% of the adults are able-bodied, meaning that there's at least one of them that can be free without any extra strain on a family unit. there are a great number of families that are missing one parent. Some of them have 3 or 4 children.
Okay.
So, any of the kids age 15 or older are trying to volunteer to help where they can, basically. So in some cases, 10, 11, 12-year-olds are doing simple things like making bread in the morning and things of that nature if
Right.
they have the materials.
Right. I also would have pleaded with the Druid Grove to put all of our effort. What time of year is it again?
This is actually about midwinter.
Okay, so we'll have to be taking care of them through the winter, and I've asked the Druidic Groves to put all their effort into making sure that we all survive the winter. I've also made note of the fact that our food stores cannot handle 1,500 refugees, not by a long shot. But I'll leave the rest of that for my party. I have an idea about that, but I'll wait till I'm with my party. I'm not going to mention it to the Druids first.
And that brings us to you, Monsignor Wisp. So, throughout the last 3 days since separating from everybody in the midst of a pile of people, you've watched a lot of these, especially kids and family units, look like they're starved. They look like they've been traveling for weeks, if not months, and probably ran out of rations within the last 3 weeks completely. Like, malnutrition seems to be something pretty high level on it, or like high on the list of problems. There are countless people here, like, you'd be aware that's well over 1,000 without even trying. And so, how has your last 3 days been? What have you been up to?
I kind of created like my own little party with some of the able-bodied adults. Hang on, it's hard to hear me through my beard. Give me 1 second. But I've been kind of creating, hunting parties with the able-bodied adults. Trying to take and teach them how to hunt, teach them how to track animals, going through and doing tribal style, going through and hunting down animals, teaching some of them how to forage for fruits and berries, just try to gather as much food as it can. Basically teaching them like small survival skills here and there. I've had some interactions with the kids, which I used my animate rope to kind of make like little animals and stuff for them to have some kind of entertainment. I've used a little bit of magic here and there, maybe like, a little bit of water spurt to kind of like, sprout water up from the ground so they could, play around in the water.
That would most definitely work. Now, I'm going to put this out there for you. You discovered something in doing that. Well, you did manage to get it to actually turn into a spurt of water that misted like you would be imagining.
Yeah.
You are actually high enough up that as this shot up into the air, I need you to roll whatever your damage is on that, please. Oh, no, don't worry. Nothing terrible is going to happen. I'm just trying to figure out a weight and measure, and this is going to be the easiest way for me to figure out what the volume is.
We'll transfer the damage to the ground.
Roll heavy.
Oh.
Roll what?
Roll high. Whatever your damage is on water spurt, roll as high as you can, please. I'll make this real pretty.
What is my sound? My magic thing.
I'm gonna love this. It just occurred to me that about 10 feet outside of the furnaces, and this is a spout, so it goes much higher than that, the air temperature is generally about negative 20 degrees in the evening when you all
Oh
are
yeah,
out
give you a
go.
spell attack roll.
Which means that if you spout a mist of water
Yeah,
into
you
the air,
got
what
that.
happens?
So,
I need math.
6, 8, 9, 8, 17.
Oh yeah. So, as you did this the first night, amidst a group of children, you cleared a space outside of like what the area of effect of that is. You moved it up. How big around is that, by the way?
5 feet.
So around this 5-foot square, or circle, excuse me, a giant. You all were just in the middle of like going out towards the common eating area, since everybody's pretty much shut down the taverns. It's just someplace warm to drink and be common, and they've gone to a communal food system as a way to equally ration, so nobody's getting more or less.
Spray about 30.
Even the rich are tightening their belts.
Right.
People are treating refugees properly here. So as your spell goes off on that first evening, everybody watches as a plume of water goes up from the ground, and once it gets about 10 feet above where the furnaces would be, or like the ambient heat from the furnaces would keep everything just warm enough that you're fine in a coat, it hits about negative 20 degrees on this midwinter's evening. And that mist shoots up into the air as snow. And it snows up for about, well, the snow keeps going up for a while. And when it's done, it starts drifting down, and over about the next 4 hours of that first evening, you remember a blind snowstorm on a clear evening. Because the entirety of Evermist is blanketed from the way that the winds were blowing above the city from all the updrafts.
Mm-hmm.
It is blanketed almost like a snow globe in its own little dome of snow for about 4 hours, from about 8 p.m. to midnight.
Oh.
And about 10 different kids who were sitting there right where they saw you were the one that cast the spell are now making little stories about wanting to run away and be snow kitties.
That's amazing.
And obviously you'd said that you'd been hunting and doing things like that.
Yep.
Go ahead and roll a survival check for me, please.
24.
Oh yeah, you've been actually able to provide with the hunting party that you gathered for yourself, or the 3 or 4 that you've gathered for yourselves. You've managed to be able to come back with enough for each man or woman or individual of any sort to be carrying their weight limit. And on 2 occasions you were coming back with tripods full of meat. You saw one of those tripods come by and had a slight concern about the population of the local wildlife.
I'm not that concerned.
No, but what I'm saying is, as a druid and somebody in tune, you were like saying, well, that'll feed them for a little while, but damn.
We've
good
got
roll.
vast tracts of forest up here. I'm not that worried about it.
Yeah, and you have noticed that the animals are seeming a bit lean just because of the time of year it is.
Mm-hmm.
And that brings us to you, Kalora, and how have you been doing on this?
Well, upon leaving, being on trial, which, awesome, I immediately took to playing with the small kids. At one point I had gone to one of the druids and had them use druid, like their ability to craft plants and whatnot, to craft a little bolster so I could turn my pack into something like a saddle. and was strapping it to my back and taking the smaller kids on rides with something they could sit in safely. And had been doing that, and took something, in later hours when the small ones were eating with their families, I was taking the older ones out for hunting trips to learn how to hunt small game, so they were taking like squirrels and rabbits back to their individual camps. But I was doing my best to be a built-in babysitter. Making an active effort to get kids to follow me around.
Okay. So I need you to go ahead and roll a performance check for me.
Don't fail me now. Okay. 23.
You actually do convince a large number of the kids in the local area to. You see Kalora very regularly because when you needed to do a head count, you realized that between Wisp and Kalora, a large number of the children were interested. You, for treating them like they were they needed to learn these things too, and some of the older kids started like taking interest in hunting and archery and how to do what you were teaching them.
Yeah.
Or what you've been doing. A couple of them even formed parties of their own and went out and got things like rabbits. They've started snaring things, and the kids are becoming a little bit more efficient themselves as a result. You two have definitely run into each other since you had said that you were teaching them sword play, and you were teaching them things like archery with the crossbow. You definitely would have run into each other. Especially since we can't let the big dumb bird. Yeah, basically daycare counselors in your own weird, twisted way for kids that were, for the most part, young enough that they could still learn, but old enough that they needed to, or young enough they still needed to be supervised, but old enough they could still learn. So you figure 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 and 10-year-olds pretty much were at home helping mom with the younger kids.
Okay.
So you've been teaching them to womp on things with sticks, and you've taught them to snare rabbits and most amounts of small game, and have even started teaching them bird netting.
Keep your nets away from me.
And still, you know that with all of this and seeing the kids proudly bringing in birds on a regular basis when you go to get food for medical and everybody else that needs it, you have quite frequently seen little groups of children, refugees and locals, just toting off with entire nets full of birds, entire reams full of rabbits that they'd snared, and just big smiles on their faces going, "We're doing us too."
I like to see that self-sufficiency. That's good.
I think they should also have like stringers of fish, because that's something that
Oh yeah, we've got plenty of fishing up here, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean my character would definitely do that.
Yep.
Use bare hands for the fish.
And yes, and because somebody tried to mimic you fishing, they slipped and fell into that cold water in that stream one afternoon and came down in. And Aspen, I need you to make a medical check. We're just gonna fill in all the blanks of it came out earlier in
16.
like before game. You all ran into each other at some point or another. 16. So in the middle of the evening, you remember Wisp had taken the kids out fishing, and in the middle of the night on the second evening, you come in through her medical tent door. Carrying a child that completely fell into the river in 20-degree weather, hypothermic. And that's where we're picking up your interaction for this evening.
Wow, okay.
You saw Wisp, by the way, Viridia, moving across, so when we give that a break for a second, because there would have been other things going on and you probably would have seen them come in too, we'll get to you all's reactions as well so we can get a bigger picture of what's gone on.
Okay.
It's really weird that my beard's making a muffin when I try to talk.
Yep.
I looked over at the mic and noticed that it was like.
So, you are at this point walking into a medical tent You have a cold child in your arms, shivering. I mean, you've been able to somewhat stabilize them, but they are nowhere near the safe zone. This is like a long-term thing. You just don't have the tools in your what your emergency pack is, you know?
Yeah.
So, you stumble in the middle of the night to Aspen up and cleaning at this point throughout the evening.
Aspen sees the child in his arms, and I run and immediately ask, "What's going on? What happened here?"
I was trying to teach these guys, like these children, how to fish, and this little one here slipped and fell in the water. They stepped on a slippery stone and just kind of fell in. And I grabbed him as soon as I could and brought him to you.
So I grabbed the child from you, rushed the young one to a bed, bundle him up with blankets to help warm him, mainly around the core, and I initiate devices around him. I assume in the medical unit we have some sort of heater or some sort of furnace.
You have braziers, yes.
Am I there?
Okay. We're gonna pause that right there. So you're with you heating, and yes, you have braziers and are slowly starting to warm this kid.
Warm water bottles and stuff like that
Okay.
as well.
Really quick, and then I will get exactly to where you are, because you would actually see them come. You would have seen Wisps coming through carrying a kid who was dripping wet.
I was gonna say, if I'm there and there's anything to heat, like a lamp or whatever, I've got produced flame. I could just...
There's braziers throughout all of the medical tents to keep them warm, because it's cold and you need your patients to be in the most comfortable position, as it were.
Kalora, help me drag this brazier over, and I go and I grab a brazier and I drag it over towards his bed and light it.
So you followed them as you saw this kid coming into camp soaking wet in this night.
Yeah.
Cool. So you all see it. As this is going on, you hear behind you Viridia asking the bird, that bird that you've been traveling with, to grab this brazier and help me, and they were right behind you as following with this. So you're standing in the doorway. Would you like to move? I'm giving you the option to choose to do so.
I'm going to... I've already brought the kid and gave the kid to them. I'm going to hand them some of the tanned hides that I brought, and then I'm going to step outside.
Okay. So Wisp steps past you after dropping off what looks like a very large number of relatively... Well, yeah. Do a check on your tanning for me. I'm assuming you were keeping these with fur on one side?
Yeah.
I layer the furs on top of the child.
We'll see how good these furs are.
Depending on what he rolls out.
I got a... Wait. Where's it at?
Lore.
What does it say?
It says 15.
Alright, cool, thank you. 23.
23? Okay. So those are some pretty nice furs. Like, there's no patchiness to it. You know how if you're tanning a fur with the fur on, sometimes it'll patch out if somebody doesn't know what they're doing. No, they're actually really nice pelts. And
So
blankets them, and he steps out of the way just as you two come through, seeing Aspen start piling blankets on top of this kid to a relatively...
I set the brazier down and produce flame.
It's quite warm in this tent at this point. Like, and
hopefully we're rewarming him slow enough.
go ahead and roll medicine and figure it out. Everybody who wants to roll medicine after feeling the temperature can figure it out.
I got a 14 on that.
14. Was that with your bonuses?
That was with my bonus. I have a +1 in my medicine.
18.
13.
You don't.
26.
Some of us did good.
Okay, so good news. Who rolled above 15?
I think I'm at 14.
So
Yeah.
both of you would know that while you're a little bit numb yourself from having come across this relatively cold night, and out here towards the Grove is far enough away from the furnaces and everything at the center of town that it's cold. Like all the way cold.
Yay.
You're kind of welcoming of it. It's a bit hot. You can see the heat radiating wisp out of this entirety, and you're starting to bead sweat, by the way. Everybody would notice that.
We should open up the curtain, the flap of the tent and let some air
I
in.
extinguished a couple of the braziers. Just put them out. We already had some going. We don't need too many going. So I extinguished a brazier or two.
And you're opening a flap.
Yeah.
And in a relative, like, 5 to 10 minutes, you regulate it so that there's enough braziers going and enough airflow that it keeps about a nice 75 degrees with plenty of ventilation so the air is fresh and still has that cool crispness to it, which seems to make them stir and bring themselves back around. And that was the eventful of that evening. And that would bring us now, after a day 3 that was relatively uneventful because everybody did roll relatively high on their stuff we were working on before game.
Mm-hmm.
We get to the evening of the 3rd day, which was relatively uneventful, and things went as you'd hoped they'd gone from the 1st day and the 2nd day through to today. It all finally fell into place. And here, just around sunset, as you're getting ready to sit down at in the commons, today there were a couple of minor injuries and things like that. There's a little bit of blood on your on some of your sleeves and things of that nature because you have all honestly been helping in one way or another. You had a good set of kills. Unfortunately, this has made you a bit bloody, Wisp.
Like, it's nothing new. I'm good at having matted fur.
Well, it's not matted. I mean, it's kept relatively clean and everything. It's cold enough, stuff freezes and chips off.
Yeah.
But it's still one of those the little stains on your cuffs. Aspen, you're finally remembering how to do things like create good berries. And you've been passing them out to people, at least satiating the hunger.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question.
The kids finally were just able to behave and not get hurt. And for once, there didn't seem to be one squabble between any of the refugees that needed to be settled. Viridia.
Well, that's good.
Just for today.
Did I get a couple more shelters built?
3 to 4 shelters were built, and it turns out that you've been up to the ship they arrived on since it was being stripped of gold.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out they have all hollowed it out. And they have turned it into a set of emergency apartments, so to speak. Quite literally taking what would have been like big cargo hold spaces and building walls to wall off spaces that could easily bunk 4 to 5 people, and then they use the common eating areas on an above deck area. But they've got 7 decks of this going on. Plus the lower cargo hold is being converted.
Cool.
Okay, good.
The upper decks have been covered where there once was golden gilding with garden troughs.
Nice.
The biggest problem right now is that they are taking up 3 docks at the port out of 5. Thus, the amount of importable goods and exportable goods and trade commodity has dropped immensely and is causing some backup. That is the biggest problem that has been on your plate all day. It has been refreshing.
That's a big problem, but it's not a today problem.
That's a this is going to take time problem, exactly. So, after a relatively uneventful day, for just once, as you all are coming back to, you see each other and you're all moving back towards that tavern where you first had that first beer together, like once all getting into town. And I need everybody to roll a perception check. Just to see if anybody fails.
Off basic perception. Right.
Off your perception roll, yep.
Uh,
You should get a good, decent bonus to it.
21.
Oh shit.
Was that a 17 or 11? I couldn't see.
It was an 11,
Okay.
but I just rolled a 17.
Nice.
Plus what?
Plus 6, so that puts me at 17.
Top right.
top right.
Oh, I didn't put it in.
Uh-oh.
I'm not sure how that's
Wisdom
calculated.
score.
Ooh.
Hang on. If you roll the number in, hang on, because I see on mine it says the 5 and the 0 proficiencies. That I've been
Oh.
using the wrong.
You said it was the wisdom bonus, right?
Correct.
Your proficiency.
Okay, it's a +4, so 17 plus 4 is
21,
21.
yeah. Okay.
I got an 11. I didn't see crap.
Actually, you get a +2 circumstance bonus for your imprecise being able to the way that your perception checks work for auditory. Because of being a cat can.
Yeah, I also have super smell, so that kind of helps too, I guess.
Exactly. That is going to be your best friend right now. So, bumping that to a 13. Wisp, you barely hear this, but the rest of you hear a woman's voice in the crowd, like just because you're in the main square where the pub and things of that nature be. She's looking around. Yasmina? It sounds like she's sobbing. Yasmina? You hear her through the crowd. Have you seen my daughter?
I'm sorry, I don't know a little girl named Yasmina.
Your perception roll, this woman looks familiar. She's pale. She's somebody that you know.
Can I check if I see her in the if I can remember?
You already rolled for that. You would recognize that this is a woman who you had recently helped, and she had a little girl, about 8 years old, mousy brown hair, cute little wood elf child with slightly less pointed ears. You're relatively sure that she wasn't completely elf. Pretty green eyes and the strangest little bunny rabbit doll with a blue coat. You've seen her in the medical. The little girl has been going to get medicines for her mother back and forth since you treated her and things of that nature over the last few days. She doesn't really hang out with the kids that you're there, but anytime that you'd spent in medical, you would have seen her. She's a kid that neither of you has actually seen before, because all she's really been doing is trying to take care of her mother, making sure that she was eating what she needed to, things of that nature. So you would recognize her, and you notice the woman's grasping a locket, and she has it open, and that's what she was trying to show you.
When was the last time you saw Yasmina?
She went to get she went to get some things to eat. It was lunchtime. It took me forever to figure out how to get from where the camp is to here in town. She normally makes it back so fast. It's really a feat now that I've done it. But
Where does she normally go to get food?
well, she goes here into town. Some of the she'll go up to the ship and she'll eat with some of the people there. Every now and then, she says that people have been really kind to her because she's been kind of filling in for me. I hate to say it.
Well, I'm sure we can go look for her, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take to wing to get up to the ship.
Okay. It'll take you about 10 minutes to get there, give or take. It's not so much a ability to fly there quickly, which would take you a minute to two. It's a question of getting to a place where you have enough space to stretch your wings without whomping somebody because of how packed the town is now.
Yep.
But you have seen this little girl like wandering through the market stalls and things like that, and you notice that every now and then somebody would give her something, or she'd be like washing dishes and doing things like that at the vendors.
I would like to wild shape into a wolfhound
Okay.
and go sniffing for her.
Okay. What are you doing through all of this?
I'm turning on my heel and I'm taking off towards the medic unit to see if she's at the hospital unit or if she's somewhere in that commons area getting food or if somebody's seen her in that area.
She's been gone for what you would estimate to be about 6 hours.
Best place to look is start at the hospital.
Okay. So you head down towards the hospital, and Wisp, where are you at with this?
I figured since I've got, a great sense of smell, I'm gonna see if the mother has anything that I can use to kind of get a scent from and see what the child was wearing and last place she was seen, things along that line, so that way I can either A, try to smell the child out, or B, try to track them the old-fashioned way through footprint.
Footprint would be very interesting to see you pull off here. It's possible, but there's one hell of a difficulty. But okay, so, and Kalora, what are you doing through as you hear all of this?
I had taken flight as soon as I could.
Okay, that's right. So you're up in the air.
Yep.
All right, so Wisp and Viridia, I need you both to roll perception with a +2 circumstance bonus. Because a keen sense of smell, basically.
Ooh, yeah.
Rolling perception?
Mm-hmm.
It's perception with a +2. You said before your perception was wisdom.
Mm.
Yeah. 8 plus 4 is 12.
+2?
That was with the +2.
Oh, okay. 29.
Well, Since you're at this point working together, I'd assume.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense if we go sniffing off in the same direction because we're going to be following the same scent trail.
We're both searching for the kids, so it makes the most
Wow.
of it. Like,
You do manage to catch up a little bit as to you do catch sight of her smell being as like she still smells like she's from somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
She's been obviously spending most of her time glued to her mother and smells very heavily of her as well.
Mm-hmm.
You also know, but it is not easy. Not impossible, but not easy. And you all do manage to here and there pick up the scent to a degree and then lose it somewhere around the market.
Oh, damn.
It seems to disappear.
what about tracking the footprint?
Well, that's a horse of a whole different color.
Mr.
Disappeared
Ray.
in the marketplace.
Yes. Like, about 10 feet from the fountain.
I'm going to sniff the air for anything that sniffs unusual other than obvious refugees. Like, is there anything else in the air that I'm not recognizing?
Not recognizing in what way?
A smell that's out of place for this area.
Okay.
Like,
Go ahead and roll perception.
okay. Okay, Jenny D.
I rolled that thing. That die is actually very kind.
Sometimes.
Or cruel.
Kind. 17 plus 4. Do I get the plus 2 circumstance bonus?
Uh-huh.
$23.
Okay. Hold that thought. I already know what's up with that. And, the same thing. What are you doing? Is that you went to look for footprints? Are you going to try and actually, like, look for her footprints here?
I'm gonna look for the footprints, and I'm also gonna keep smelling around to see if I can smell the scent that I originally had.
Okay. You're gonna have to roll really high, but go ahead and roll perception. You do get the plus 2 circumstance bonus for trying to pick up the scent again.
Hold on.
What?
I got a 2 on the dice, and then I got a 10 to my bonus, so 12.
Okay, so you get a sniff of mold. Like, straight out, it smells like you stuffed your face into a penicillin growth room.
It's better than smelling somebody's fart near me. Like, I mean,
Actually, no. It's the bad kind of penicillin. It's like that 6-week-old don't move the take the the lid off of the Tupperware that everybody forgot existed type bad.
Ew. Oh.
That's a bit Ron.
It's
You
you pick that up for an undertone instead.
Does
And
somebody have a D20 I can borrow? Because this one's going to jail.
it's sparkly.
It's pink.
Okay, I'll
Darn.
just wait. Gotta pick one. That's so pretty, it's pink.
I like that pink.
That one's fair too. Okay, so yeah, it
That'll
disappears.
work.
you do pick something up, it does smell moldy. Not quite to the degree, it's just that with Wisp's over-tuned super sniffer and focusing on it, any smell would be amplified.
Yep.
And as a result, it was probably about a tenth of what he smelled. But it's like a methane-y type smell. Somewhere between molds and farts, very faintly, and it seems to almost be like it makes that little girl's scent disappear. Also, it's mixed with a little bit of what you'd swear to be what this planet calls a mourner's lily. Big white lilies.
I'm gonna follow that smell.
I don't know, man. It's a ghost whisper. It's a fart.
I'm still in wolfhound form. I mean, as if I weren't already half a creature of the wild, I'm also in wolfhound form. I'm gonna follow that smell.
Fart.
As you follow that smell, every now and then, you'll pick, as you're following along with them, you'll pick up a little bit of the girl's scent again, and then it'll disappear. It'll be like at a food stall for a second, and then it'll disappear, and then it'll be at another stall, and then it'll disappear again. Then it was at a blacksmith's, then it was at an apothecary, then it was at a bunch of other places. It just bouncing here to here to here to here to here.
Doesn't make any sense. Woo, 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 woo. Woo.
You hear Viridia barking.
From the ship?
Yeah, it kind of carries. You also notice that you've gotten away from the main market square and you're more towards where the craftsmen's workshops and everything are now.
I keep
And
sniffing.
after a while, it's just all you can smell is flux and mold. And the little girl seems to disappear. How about everybody else? So you're up on the ship. You're following the sense onto. Does anybody want to do anything on your way through the market other than just sniff things?
No. I hear her barking, so I'm running towards the barking wolfhound.
When we pass the blacksmith, I want to see if my whip is ready. With the point that turns it into a 1d6 instead of 1d4.
Been a minute. Good call.
Yeah, it's been a while.
On your stop through, the answer is yes, it is there.
Yes! I need a pencil.
Look, you
Yes,
have
you
no
get your
razor.
whip back with the barb on the end of it.
I mean, I'm already out with them, so I'm not gonna be passing by the marketplace.
Well, if you on your way through the marketplace, was there anything that you would have done?
On my way through the marketplace, I would have stopped by the blacksmith and picked up the rapier that I ordered.
Like they said, it's been a couple days. It's ready. It's in proper stance, standard issue rapier. It'll work the way you needed it to. Also, remember those reworks that you have. You can basically just,
Okay.
and it's a 1d6.
Alright.
When everybody gets to the blacksmith, I turn undog form. Forgotten we'd ordered stuff from here. Did I order anything from here? Anyway, so this kid disappearing, it doesn't make any sense. She bounced all over town, not places a kid would go. She went to craftsman places. She went to the apothecary, which I suppose makes sense, but she went to a bunch of places. I don't know that she was moving under her own power at all.
Do you know what her scent smelled like?
You mean before it got taken over by mold? Yeah, basically patchouli and gruel.
Mold?
Well, that's the smell that has erased her smell, and several other people's smell too, to be
It was
honest.
like smelling mold and rot.
Yeah. And methane.
Oil and grime.
Can I make a-
Poison sludge.
Can I make an attempt to get a whiff of it? As I wouldn't have any kind of bonuses because I'm a bird.
Yeah, you can totally make a perception roll to try and breathe it in and catch it.
18. Or no, 20. Sorry.
When you really stop to think about it with a dirty 20, as you breathe in a few times, and at first you think that they're crazy and they can't be, and then it kind of just barely, like, overly stale sour cheese.
Does it smell like the wolf that we killed?
No,
Okay.
but it does smell sour and pungent, and like they said, it's not kind of smells like when Wisp said like that they were following a fart. It kind of smells like something between that and a moldy, musty smell, sort of like actual slime molds on deep woods logs mixed with moss and patchouli, and like they were trying to cut, like something was trying to cover the scent up.
Mm-hmm.
And it manages to cover up when you really focus on it, and that's the thing that you fixate on. It makes you, it kind of does overpower everything else. If you're focusing on smell, that is the predominant smell in a generalized trail. Almost like something was seeping this.
Could we have an outbreak of whatever made the mold people the mycoloids?
No, this smells totally different than that.
Roll a nature check. See if any. Now that you mention it, I wonder what that does smell like. We'll find out.
Let's see. Nature is a +1. I got 17 on that.
I also got a 16.
Your nature check should be much higher though.
Huh? I think it's the
26.
stats.
That's what I thought.
Well, we're doing nature checks, and
Yeah.
that's +1 with nature.
all right, I got 26.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a natural ninja.
Oh.
Very
Really?
natural.
Yeah.
Dang.
Here you go. Some blue dice.
Sorry.
To go to other blues.
Okay.
Keep or just roll it.
So with rolls like that, I can honestly tell you guys,
You can keep the pink one.
you are 300% certain beyond any reasonable doubt that there was no way in hell that that it is the same smell that was coming from the fungoid people.
Okay.
Okay. So this isn't an act of retribution.
Yeah, I can't even fuck with you guys on that one. It's like, well, I could, but who knows really? I mean, I've never really smelled
That's why
what an
I
outbreak of that smells like. No, and you've actually read enough records or somehow managed the knowledge that, yeah, that's a completely different scent of mold.
Okay.
Theirs was somewhat pleasant and perfumed.
I want my new characters.
So, any other questions?
They smell like real portobellos. This smells like the mildew if you left your laundry sitting in the tub too long.
Oh, God.
Yes, all over it afterwards. Like you were up drinking too much the next night after your
Okay,
laundry.
okay.
Yeah.
Enough. We don't need to gag.
Be like my boots after a rain.
Yes.
Wisp boots after a rain. Yeah.
My boots after a summer walk.
Soggy wet fur.
Anyway, because we are watching Viridia turn green over here, and while elves are supposed to be a nice bronze color in the case of wood elves, I'm pretty sure green is not on their spectrum. Unless they're half orc.
Or just stained in moss and grass stains, which I totally am.
Okay. So... with that... yeah, you're very certain that they're not the same molds, like you were saying.
Can we tell what direction, if any, this smell trails off into?
It seems to pretty much like. Are you gonna look for where it goes the strongest?
Yeah.
And what's everybody else doing?
Thank you.
I am fondling through my bag of notes and stuff, seeing what spells I can find and see what we're gonna need.
Well, you've got all of your most recent notes and everything, and whatever you have prepared for the day. All of your components and everything are available.
Yeah.
Wisp.
Making sure I got everything.
I'm gonna keep following the fart.
You're gonna keep following the fart. So you're gonna try and find the place where it smells the strongest and follow the freshest scent.
Yep.
Mm.
The fresh is a question. And Laura?
Whip at the ready, I am following Wisp.
I like
Most
that.
pungent.
Quit at
There
the
we
ready.
go.
I'm following Wisp.
Whip at the ready.
Quit at the ready.
Okay, so, and you're following Wisp. So I need the two of you that are trying to follow the smell to roll perception. Or I need you to go ahead and roll perception. Or send, because you're tracking by smell, it'd be perception with a +2 bonus for you and just, well, you could
Wait,
partially shift
What
it.
did you say?
It's with a +2 bonus to follow where that's going from, because now you've
Oh, yeah.
definitely got a memory of that in your head
Okay.
once you find it.
17.
17? Alan wasn't that bad.
21. My brain is not mathing.
Okay,
Yeah,
with
been
a 17
there.
and a 21 being on the two who are tracking. And are you following on the ground or are you following on the up?
Currently, I'm following on just above the tree canopy up. I want to be in earshot.
Okay, cool. So, to the two of you who actually are following by scent, and Aspen, I need you to make a dex check.
On it.
Because you're trying to walk and check your stuff while you're walking, following them.
Oh,
Yeah.
Aspen.
Oh, here we go, guys. So I can do this one, and I ain't even gonna
Okay,
add my bonus.
No, add your bonus. Let me know what your bonus is
My
with the dex.
dex is only a +1, so it was not even worth it.
Okay, so add a 3.
I go flying. I'm tripping.
No, you don't go flying,
Oh wow.
but Ms. Viridia, to the rolling tray. Mr. Wisp, to the rolling tray. I need both of you to make a dex check at a difficulty of, roll well.
At a difficulty of roll high.
Please.
Somebody's gonna die. Even with my dex bonus, somebody's gonna die.
What did you want it?
No, I got a 3 plus my dex bonus, which is a 2, so a grand total of 5.
14.
Okay.
You're gonna end up
So,
falling your ass.
Aspen, do you have your inkwells
Wait,
and all of that?
can I add my
Of course I do.
acrobatics or athletics instead of a straight dex?
My
You
ink,
could add your acrobatics to it, yes.
my
I mean,
ink bottle is
Or
sitting.
your athletics if it's better.
My ink bottle is sitting in my top pocket with a quill sticking out of it. I've got my satchel always all over the place.
How many bottles of spare ink do
My
you have?
Probably 2.
Oh, it's not any better than
I
the
don't
straight
know.
dex
I
bonus.
mean,
yeah, I was gonna
Still
say, mine
a
just goes up to an
14.
11. I gain 6 more if I do it that way.
If you do it by what, acrobatics?
Yeah, if I do it by acrobatics, I gain like
Yeah, I
6
have
more.
2
I
spare
actually end up with an
inks.
11 instead of a 5.
And it's okay. Either way, take your
I
pick.
got a 14 no matter what.
I'm just gonna go with that 5. Like,
Ink all over me.
Actually, Aspen, I need you to roll a ranged hit, so add your dex bonus to it. You're not proficient, but and actually, you would be proficient with this thing because it's a tool that you know how to use. So go ahead and roll with it
So roll with a proficiency on a what check?
To hit.
To hit. 19 with a.
Never mind. That's good. Alright, so here's how this goes back. As she is. You get to watch all of this from the air, by the way, Kalora.
Yay for wings!
Yeah. In a minute, I'll have you roll a will save. You'll see why. So, as you two are getting back on the scent of this, and you're quite focused, but it's going slower because you're in the middle of a city. There's a lot of opposing smells because you're in a place that's a craftsman's district where you would have forges running and the smelting and the flack from that. You would have leather tanning supplies being administered and tanning overnight in barrels, so you'd have the smell of the chemicals involved in that and the tannins there. At the same, as well as breweries and all kinds of other crap.
Right. Not to mention just
So
the wood
this
burning
is a
from the
slow
hearth.
tracking that seems to be bringing you closer and closer to the edge. Well, that one doesn't count now, does it? And don't worry, you're gonna love this. You hear behind you a clattering sound as Aspen, you trip over a loose cobblestone, and the ink bottle uncorks itself because it only has those pretty little crystal corks in it, and you didn't wax seal them all this time when you were using them. And it goes flying through the air, and the paper goes flying through the air, and the gold dust for the sealing wax goes flying through the air, and it gets cold, and it thaws again, because this is a much warmer district as the city, with it being so close to the forges. And you are both now bespeckled with, in your case, they're just golden dots of, like, almost a star pattern of, like, gold leafing that would be used for pressing into wax.
Yeah.
All across your fur until the next time you bathe.
Okay.
These are reflective. They are going to make it a little harder for you to stealth in shadows because of this.
Are they edible?
No.
Some bitch.
They are made of ink that is dried and hardened to your fur, and it's not that healthy of an ink, by the way.
Some bitch.
And
And
Otherwise-
embossing glitter.
an embossing glitter, which is that
Snacks.
really, really fine
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Don't need it. Don't need it.
I was
You,
just gonna-
Viridia, are now black and gold speckled in a similar manner, though it does look like relatively interesting, almost like black goldstone. But it's just splatter dots all over the parts of your skin that were bare and the back of your robes and cloak.
I look down. I reach down to the ground. I pick up a stick, and I start tracing the ink and glitter, and making like little like like you would henna tattoo patterns up and down my arm.
Oh, and
as I'm walking and continuing to follow the
Aspen,
smell.
you take 1 damage and find another straight pin that you forgot to remove from your hemmed clothes, and at a point on your inner thigh.
Oh,
That would make sense.
That's the other thing that
I
made you
still have
trip.
the sewing needle in my. I still have the sewing needle hemmed in my pocket. I haven't bound my notes, which is why they went flying. Yeah, so I take 1 hit of damage.
Yep.
Okay.
And you found your needle.
Yep.
It is now right about here.
As I'm picking up all my notes and stuff.
About halfway between the knee and the groin, like dead center on the inner thigh.
Ow.
Yeah.
Right in the tender spot, yeah.
Just be
Yeah.
glad you don't identify as male. It'd be a penny cushion.
I feel that.
No, there's some things that are just hitting below the belt on all levels.
Napkins.
As you pick this up after helping Aspen collect herself as best y'all can,
You really are a walking disaster, aren't you, darling?
I said I didn't mean to do what I do.
So I've been told. You know, if you would do one thing at a time, what were you doing that would probably happen a little less? Something for you to learn when you grow up this time.
Do you have any idea how hard it is to keep your spells straight? My spells are always falling out of the book.
Look. So one of the things that I was taught was, a little bit of law. If you're going to learn law, you got to organize information. So, tell me people this, but I'm pretty good at organizing stuff. I could probably.
I would love to keep my pages in the book.
When we're done finding this little girl, camp out for the night.
Another thing.
I'll help you get your notes in order.
As they're finishing, you watch as 2 pages, just like 2 little what looks like almost sticky notes, fall out of a hidden pocket on the inner hem of their coat and just dissolve when they hit the water.
Oh, I needed those.
Except for those 2.
I needed those.
Water.
One of them actually makes a really cool little bright blue sodium flare as it hits the water. You're pretty sure there was something cursed involved with that one.
Yeah, I almost had that one cracked. I'm glad that one didn't work out.
But,
You're a very dangerous sort of mage, aren't you?
Have you heard the stories of me blowing up the gnome library?
I have.
the stories, by the way, it has been long enough, are vastly over-exaggerated, and they have painted you to be a very vindictive, evil woman who did it on purpose, not a newly graduated student who was very innocent.
See, I wouldn't even know that.
But I was a student of deep history, as we had discussed, and had noted that in the later in the last couple of years, historians have been slightly kinder to her reputation.
Yeah.
Just not a lot. A little bit.
I mean, she did blow up the gnomish library. Of course, then again, the gnomes turned out to be really shitty people, so...
And half
Right.
the known world.
Hell, if you hadn't blown up their library, they might have actually gotten away with it. Truth be told, you might be responsible for the catechism, but you also stopped the mind flayer takeover of the gnomish society. So
There is
And
that.
it's true. And as you all continue this conversation and continue following that smell, which once you get a whiff of it, it's one of those things that you have trouble losing in your nose once you get it.
Mm-hmm.
You notice that it moves out away from the center of town, then along the walls and out the far western gate.
Is this the one that heads towards the Fae lands?
No, instead of going north like you were going towards the Shadowfell or towards the Felltouch lands, this one goes out west where east took you down to the other town, and the northern exit would take you to the Felltouch. So it's going out the western exit, a door you haven't been out before, and to the best of your knowledge, there's not much in that direction, but that's where the smell's leading you. And that is, and with
This is
everybody...
also the reason I'm gonna go looking to find a new settlement, so this will make that determination, I suppose, or at least partially.
So, you all get to the western gate, and the smell seems to go out and past it and into the forest. There's a strange fog in the air tonight, and the moon's full, it's cold out. And with that, we're going to take a break and get back to everything with everybody at the town gates looking out into a cold night around 8 p.m. in the middle of the winter.
Nice. Woo! Woo-hoo. Be back soon. Ooh.
Help.
Okay. I need an I need
Tech.
Yeah.
Tech to the rescue.
They updated the software.
Scene 2.
I feel like somebody I don't know. Are we really?
Showing up on the first page of Google might not be the best for everyone. But for business owners, it is. Take My Vintage's online store. It ranks for thousands of competitive keywords, like vintage clothing, which gets loads of searches on a monthly basis. And 80% of that traffic goes to their site. They also rank for over 1,000 images on Google.
Notion has been the centerpiece of my workflow. It's quite literally an extension of my brain. I can take notes, create folders, manage tasks, projects, set goals, and build products. It's so customizable, you can tailor it to fit your team or your own needs, not to mention it's beautifully designed. From being a student to a creator and now running a small business, the
Do you love Gantt charts? Here's how easily you can build one in ClickUp. Let's map out the tasks for your Gantt chart in this list. Perfect. Now, let's add a Gantt view. Set
Oregon State residents, if you have a utility meter like this on the side of your house, you could get paid to go solar for no money out of pocket. It costs nothing to install the panels, and you can immediately get a credit on your bill when your meter runs backwards. And then you get paid for the excess power you produce from solar. There are federal and state subsidies available to you to get paid to go solar, but they are expiring soon. Not all homes do qualify, so make sure you click the link to see if you can make 100, 200, or even 5.
Not 20 for 28.
Okay, so that would be Kalora's will save as we are back. And what that has to do with is that as you saw everything in the air, you are laughing as you realize that the party is nearing the tree line, following this very pungent aroma, for lack of a better term. Hi, little one. And as you get there, you land laughing still, but you were able to keep yourself in flight. That's what the will save was for.
A good place for a good roll.
But you are still laughing, and you can see that the view from the air did little justice to the now bespeckled Wisp and Viridia. And to a degree as well, Aspen, though, she had absolutely no way of saving herself. And looks like there's actually a splash of half of your face that has turned it black and gold in almost this weird explosive spray pattern. It looks like it would make really nice camouflage paint if it was done in, like, dark greens and mud.
Very nice.
The catch is that it's done in dark black, shiny mage's ink and gold leafing. Because if you're pressing into your seals.
Embossing seals.
Oh yeah.
And you would have gold powder to help dry your ink faster in the case of some spells.
Yeah.
Plus as a spell component for some stuff, odd things.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I forgot about that.
So yeah, it's just kind of all over them, and it seems to be quite stuck. And Aspen looks like something. Well, please excuse the phrase, ladies and gentlemen, but straight out of a drag show for high fashion.
You have a party without me?
Well,
Aspen's just like beyond herself, just like, god damn it, picking everything up, kind of stumbling over her robes.
I stop and I help Aspen pick up her things, and I put what I can find into a neat little pile underneath the stack.
Thank you. I pull the sewing needle out of my leg, and I start stitching my notes together with that damn needle finally.
Roll a crafting check for me.
Well,
I'm assuming everybody's kind of just stopping here at the edge of the woods for a second while they collect themselves from this insanity.
can I help with that crafting check?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to like fan my wings out to prevent
Either
the
you
wind
can
from
both
happening.
make a separate roll, and I'll take the average, but I'll average the two out, or you can add a +5 circumstance bonus to whatever Aspen rolls.
I rolled a 5 plus a 1.
Before you roll.
Let's both roll.
Okay. Let's do that.
Options.
Okay.
I think you should roll.
So
the
my
table.
is a 16
Yeah,
plus
that
a 9,
card
so a
keeps knocking
25.
sideways.
Right, I noticed
25
that.
and
I got a 17 plus a 1.
25 and 18 is 30, 43 divided by 2 is 21, give or take, 21 and a half, so I'll give you 22. Okay, so in about 10 minutes of you like keeping the threads straight and a couple times just taking it from her going, no, dear, like this, and stitching it, you managed to get all the pages stitched together from your latest research pamphlet, which would be the stuff that you remembered, and you somewhat get the thing glued back in place, but you were, like, the binding itself and the cover back glued in place. And the book's back together with your notes in order somehow. It took about 30 minutes, so relative short rest, and you get your wild shapes back.
Oh, yay!
because y'all are gonna need all that.
So we've been sitting here for 30 minutes.
At the edge of the wood.
Yeah, at the edge
What
of
have
the
you been doing during this time?
There was a mention earlier that like the pages from the book, some of them have fallen into water.
And dissolved.
How big is this water?
Puddles.
How deep are the puddles? Like a few inches, a few feet?
A few centimeters?
Damn it.
Like puddles.
Damn it.
Like you're still technically on the road west,
So it's
but
not
you're
like
at the forest edge. It's basically, if you go out, it leads almost diagonally off the road and into the hills and
So-
downward.
So it's just a regular Oregon puddle and not a West Virginia pothole?
Yes.
This sucks. I was gonna like try and wash my fucking arm off in the puddle, but
There's actually enough water you can try.
all right, shit. I'm gonna try to wash my arm off in the puddle.
Okay.
I'm not allowed to eat it, so I mean, you know.
Let's see here.
Just want to try and wash away some of the gold. The black will blend in with my fur. Damn it.
Okay.
We're covered in stripper
I did say that some of that glue mixed in apparently because you were running much lower than you thought.
Huh?
Remember when I said you were running low on glue, you noticed, and that's why it wasn't bound quite right? That's because the glue got mixed in with everything else when you had your spill.
Oh.
So, I need you to go ahead and roll, I need to borrow your character sheet for a second. I need to see, still learning some things.
How about it?
Yeah, considering the circumstances, we'll have you roll a survival check on that one. Survival of the glitterist.
Survival of the glitterist?
We're all rolling survival checks?
If you want to try and cover up that glitter on you, yeah, you can.
Alright, I
I'm
gotta roll my
gonna go
ruby
for a
slipper dice
All right,
here.
Ian, pick a number
Say
between
what?
1 and 6.
I'm just gonna go for a smear.
You're gonna go for a smear,
Yeah, just like
trying to wipe your face off.
yeah, just not even really give a fuck. Just kind of
Okay,
like clear
you
it
get
up.
to roll at a disadvantage to get yourself clean. The rest of you use your survival checks. Yours is just a flat 20.
Hey, John,
Okay.
Mine's 18.
pick a number between 1 and 6.
No, you roll a 20 and let me know what you rolled.
I know, pick one between 1 and 6. 6 days, I'm trying to figure out which one to use.
I got 10. I wasn't trying to get clean
One.
though. I was trying to make it look worse.
21.
23. I was going to use one of the puddles to get most of the glitter off and then look around the forest edge for a fern or a leaf and then wipe as much as I could off and then also take some thicker dirt and pat my face down with good old fashioned dirt anywhere I could see obvious.
So try and camouflage yourself.
Yeah. I also have Pass Without Trace and other druidic stuff.
To help with that, Pass Without a Trace I think has like a 1 hour duration or something.
I-
As long as
I
you can
believe
maintain
so.
concentration on it. No,
I
it's not
believe-
concentration.
And then, you know, I think that one, I don't remember. I
Actually,
don't remember on the
I
conversion.
remember looking it up. It's you cast it, it lasts for this long.
And I believe it doesn't just include me.
Nope, it includes everybody within like a 20-foot radius of you or some shit.
Yeah,
That you want up
It
to 8
includes the
targets
party.
inside of you so you can get everybody with it.
yeah.
Nice.
I'm kind of hyper focused, so Liz, what are you using as a rag to wipe yourself off with?
I was
Fern.
using ferns.
Okay, cool. like, I'm sorry,
I'm taking it you're following suit.
my brain was kind of like trying to focus. Yeah, I'll follow suit.
Okay.
Wipe
I
myself
got
off.
10,
Can
so
I-
I'm gonna just.
Okay.
Can I pull the rags I typically hand out as bandages out of my bag and hand them to the people I see struggling with plant matter?
Actually, the people who are struggling with plant matter do not seem to have as much of a struggle as you think. You get about 80% off of you. You couldn't get it all out no matter how hard you tried. That was some really good gold dust. But you, on the other hand, Miss Aspen,
I take the rag and I take what little bit of glitter off that I can find, and then I hand it back. But I'm clearly covering myself, obviously, in mud and moss. Like I'm pulling moss off the trees and putting it in my hair, sticking it to the
Okay.
mud.
We'll get to what that involves here in a second because I get where you're going from. That's disguise camouflaging, and that'll have to do with your stealth. As for you, Aspen, to give you an idea of what your lovely little trying to smear it off of your face did, has anybody ever seen a 5-year-old who was chewing on one of those erasable pens that's non-toxic and it exploded?
That's what I was
And then they go and they
going
try
for.
to wipe off their face and it's just everywhere.
Yep, that's what I was going for.
Imagine that in swirls of black and gold and that greenish color that gold turns when it's blended into black too much. Just everywhere. The interesting thing is it actually does seem to make them harder to see in this low light.
Rag,
I'm fine, thank you though.
you're very shiny.
Only up close? It seems like, you notice as the moon glints because of the heavy fog, it actually shimmers almost the same way as her face does now.
Reflective camouflage.
It's a thing.
It is in Heavy Mist.
I'm gonna beat you up for that.
Why don't you share it with the rest of the class?
Yeah.
So Wisp kind of like yells out to Aspen, "Look, you're sparkling like a vampire."
And in a bottle.
I'm just gonna put this out there from my own personal view. Corpses do not glisten. As vampires are undead, they do not glisten. You are lucky they do not bloat and stench. That's for zombies. If it's
Wow.
sparkly, it's not a vampire. It's lying to you.
In retaliation, I cast prestidigitation on him with some dancing little fairies. I was like, I'll show you sparkle. And then I just kind of huff away.
Okay, are they a light effect?
Yeah, they're just dancing.
Does
They're an
everybody
illusion.
with low light vision?
Oh no.
I need you to make a reflex save.
No.
Me included.
Yep.
Reflex save. That's gonna be green.
I have low light vision too, so I have to.
Oh yeah, because you just flashed a whole bunch of lights in a dark area under the moonlight.
29.
What was the save for? What?
Oh, the difficulty's your spell save difficulty.
My spell save difficulty?
No.
Mine.
No.
Hers.
Yeah.
Reflex is dex, right?
Yes.
7.
I am in pain. No.
I tied mine. Liz, you definitely got blinded. Mine was a 17.
17. Anybody roll under
27.
17? Okay. The three of you manage to look away, you right as you realize that it's dark and you just made a bright flash. You, on the other hand, Viridia, did not see that coming. And all you can see burned into the back of your retina is little dancing red fairy shapes for about the next 5 minutes. While your eyes readjust to the low light.
I sit down underneath the nearest tree. I pull some moss up from the loam. And I take the moss and I just pat my eyes with it. I sit there. Oh, Aspen. The history books only have you half wrong.
Oh, I'm giggling. I respond by laughter at that.
You, on the other hand, are about half blind at this point. Well, no, the two of you are like, and just looking at this wizard. And the little fairies are now following you, and you can see what that flash was, and they're just going to stick around as long as you keep the concentration on it.
Let's see, the highest I could have rolled is 31.
I think the fairies are only, I think. Oh, it is a concentration spell.
It can be for some things, depending on circumstance, and in this particular case it is. So they're dancing around, and you can, as you start coming out of it, you see these little dancing lights. And they're literally making, like, they're fanning their ass at him, and they're going like this, and a couple of them are going and playing, like, the whole Laurel and Hardy slap each other thing.
Aspen.
And they're spitting little, like, fireworks at Wisp.
Aspen, we have no idea what we're about to track in this forest. Be rid of those.
Be rid of
Snap my
those.
fingers and they disappear.
Can we make an attempt to go stealthily through this very dangerous forest? We picked the one quadrant of this forest that, frankly, I mean, I've been through here before, but this is the part I'm least familiar with.
I mean, I'm kind of a wrecking ball.
The legends do tell.
She's not wrong.
I've pulled the moss off of my eyes.
Oh,
Blink
go
a
ahead and
couple
make
of
your
times.
stealth check for me, please.
I
See
am
how well
sorry
you
for
did on your
blinding
camo?
you. That was not my intention.
Ooh, that's a 19.
I'm gonna go ahead and use some of my bag of ashes to try
28.
and dull down the white of my feathers a little more.
28. Okay, so go ahead and make a stealth check as well. Anybody else trying to camouflage themselves as they go into the woods?
I will.
Okay. What are you using?
Stealth.
No, but what are you using to camouflage yourself?
Like, I physically put moss leaves, stuck it to the mud, swirled my face in mud, and
Well, I
poofed
mean-
myself with dirt and moss.
I mean, other than the gold on my arm, my fur is black, so I mean, I'm gonna blend in anyway.
Well, I would point something out to you. While it will be easier for you to blend because of your natural coloration, this is a misty, moonlit night.
Something all black is going to stand out, actually.
Yeah, so you're going to actually outline almost like a beacon because there's a very thin mist and it's almost silver. This is why Aspen actually has some camouflage in
I
herself.
guess what Aspen's favorite colors are silver and blue, so she's wearing a silver and blue cloak.
Well, I mean, the problem with that is even if I take and cover myself in tree moss and dirt, I'm still not going to be camouflaged. I'm going to stand out more.
It'll reflect.
Can I what?
Imprisonness.
What did it do?
Level
Badly.
1
Where
For a
did you
total
get
of-
this set? I want this.
for a total of 4.
This 20 is so pretty. Where did you get this?
It's in the big bag that Chris got me for my birthday.
Oh.
Okay, so
All I was trying to do was
go ahead and roll your stealth check.
ash on my feathers to make it look
How'd you-
slightly less
Alright.
bright.
And you're just gonna do the whole cloak and hide thing?
Okay, that'll
Okay,
work.
or what were you gonna eat? Because yes, moss would lower your reflectiveness.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do the whole, like, moss and dirt. Actually, you know what? Since we're around that water, I'm gonna go ahead and, like, mix it up with some more mud and just roll around in that shit. Why not? I'm a cat.
Yeah,
I'm a
actually
cat, man.
that'll
I'm gonna
work.
roll around
And
in it.
interestingly enough, it'll probably take all of the gold off doing that because it's the mud cakes.
Sorry, I got a nat 20.
Oh no, you're good. Okay, so yeah.
Opposite sides of the spectrum.
Here's the good news. As you do that, you've actually caked the mud into your fur well enough that when you rinse the mud off, the gold will go with it, as will the ink.
Oh, yeah.
You're about equally as covered in your own right. Anything over 25 would have got you there, and when the mud comes off of your clothes and everything, when you finally get around to washing them, it'll take the gold right out because the moss just kind of. Are you going to hide, or are you just going to try and walk in and not care?
Aspen doesn't care. She's not trying
Okay,
to
so
camouflage
you're
herself.
not trying to stealth?
Yeah, no. Aspen's
Corey,
a
you
calamity
said you rolled
anyways.
a 1, right?
All I was trying to do was put ash on my head.
Well, good news. You got ash on your head. Bad news. Ash white is matte and reflective. in the amount that you've dumped over yourself. You think you did a great job, though.
Does it make you feel any better, hon? You do look like a ghost. Anybody who comes across us will be terrified. You look like a pure apparition. Squawk!
Aspen turns and does that, by the way. Like, that was the intent of doing that.
No, that was in character too. So
Is everybody willfully laughing at this happening?
No, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be laughing.
Oh, I'm definitely laughing.
You're willing to try and resist. You're welcome to try and resist if you want.
No. We're still at the edge of the forest. You guys. We are one motley crew, but I'm telling you, we gotta try if we're gonna find this kid.
Fuck.
At least apparitions exist in this world.
Hello, Z! And I start marching over into the woods laughing like a banshee. Like always.
Oh, stars be praised. Protect us this night. I pray. Oh, damn. I don't know what that was for, but oh, damn.
Toby.
Oh, yes.
Ooh, sparkly.
Sparkly was just because things got bumpy. Yeah, we can go that route.
Well, you know what?
What the hell does Aspen get into now?
Aspen didn't get into anything.
Oh my god.
You feel this weird pull in the back of your head that something heard your prayer. That seemed kind of heartfelt, and something heard it. We're just gonna put that out there.
Alright. I'll keep that to myself, but I'll quietly whisper to the stars again.
With gold letters. I mean numbers. It's alphanumeric.
We'll find it.
And then
You
I
actually
keep sniffing on the wind.
That was not a sudden cold and then warm feeling washes over you as you keep on watching, and you can smell that something's off in the whole of the forest. Like you'd expect an entire forest region to basically smell the same, like when you go up into the mountains.
Yeah, it should smell like loam and petrichor.
Wow. There's a faint smell of death and decomposition and fear on the way. Like, it's just kind of this weird chilling feeling that washes over you for a second, and you're able to shake it. Toby? That goes wherever Toby goes.
I think we're headed in the right direction.
Wow.
I think we're headed in the right direction, I say. And I pull an arrow. I don't knock it, but I pull an arrow from my quiver, and I've got my bow ready.
So clipped, like basically clipped up this way, so you can use that to knock.
Yeah.
Got it. Well, other way around, but yeah.
I've readied my whip. My
So
longsword's-
coiled in your hand.
Yeah. And my longsword's not hard to reach.
Cool.
Yeah, Aspen.
Wisp, how about you? Other than no.
Hatchets are staying on my back.
Me, I think the easiest and simplest thing, I mean, we're getting ready to move in through the forest and whatnots, would be, I'm going to go ahead and basically cast my pact and pull my blade out.
So as this goes, you watch as what appears to be a rapier that looks, by the way, however you want it to. So please describe this thing to us. Manifests in his hand out of nothing, as if he looks at it and thought alone creates this thing. So what's it look like?
Well, obviously, because of the factor that, you know, I'm using my magic, the skull's going to drop down, and that blue aura is going to build up through my fur and cover all my little, like, markings and tattoos through my fur. and this, I'm gonna say it's like a black smoke with like little blue sparkles coming up through it. And as it like forms, it kind of like starts to shape into a sword, and when it shapes into a sword, it's going to be a just regular standard rapier style, but as you come down to the hilt, it's going to be a raven's face, like an actual like raven's head with the beak and everything. And then the feathers for the back half of the neck are going to come off, cross, and make like the arm guard or the hand guard.
The Balfour.
Yeah.
And is the blade straight or
Rapier.
It's rapier, so it'd be
okay,
a straight
so
blade.
it's straight blade with a little curve.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's gonna be like glistening, like razor sharp, like you can tell you don't want to get touched by it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. So you watch him manifest his blade as excuse me. As Aspen goes, sally forth, saying allons-y, as they go into the woods. You had heard that they used this phrase repeatedly, referring to some strange and bizarre doctor in the very, very, very realistic. Somebody found one of their diaries, dated some 50 or some 20 years after they died. Here you go. But so everybody manages their stealth. Say what?
We just made the Doctor canon. I love it.
The Doctor is canon in all universes, to include Star Trek. The Doctor even exists in both Marvel and DC, believe it or not. Everybody knows about the Doctor, for the Doctor is all. And
Hashtag not sponsored.
hashtag not sponsored, but big fans.
Mad love.
Oh, never mind. I just happened to be running a game in Victorian England.
Oh, fair. So
Okay, moving
anywho,
on.
getting back to where we were. Everybody, for the most part, who tried, you watch as Wisp somehow manages to slide his mud-covered self into the shadows and disappear in one direction while you take a flank in the other.
Mhm.
You're able to get You're able to keep to the shadows very well, the camouflage that you've riddled for yourself, even managing to get your antlers to look more like twigs that would be parts of shrubbery with the way that you've
Yeah, I
decorated yourself.
totally put like moss and shrub on them.
You look like, you pretty much almost look like you pulled off a ghillie
And I'm
suit.
like crouched too. I'm down low, moving as quietly as
Aspen
possible.
is cackling and walking forth, and you'd swear for all their trying that Kalora really thinks that they're camouflage, because you can see this bright, glowing, ghostly, apparitional bird just behind Aspen, looking like they're stalking up on her from behind in some ways. While the two of you are perfectly blended, so it looks like she's cackling, walking, and a ghost is stalking her like something out of a bad Scooby-Doo episode.
I just look over. Sorry, what's your name again? God.
Wisp.
Wisp. Yeah, I look over at Wisp, and I just kind of shrug.
Is it bad, but the way that you're talking about them
Feathers
stalking,
fan and
the way that
everything.
you're talking about them stalking Aspen, the first thing I thought of was a fucking Skeksis from Dark Crystal.
No, that's not what it looks
Basically,
like.
yeah.
Okay, only ghostly with a shorter neck.
Oh god.
And more feathers and more bird-like.
That's creepy. Like, real creepy.
Yeah, they're like...
No, you totally see all of the wing feathers fanned out and being like, oh,
I just look
sneaky
over
bird.
at Wisp and I shrug and follow behind just as quietly as I can.
You two are fine.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. In character, right, as Wisp, if I looked over and saw the bird creeping behind Aspen like that, straight up, I would have to snicker before I kept
Okay,
moving.
because you know you're trying to hide, go ahead and make a will save. Same goes for anybody else who's trying not to laugh. Aspen, you can't see this. They're behind you.
Ginny D, I'm using my stone-colored dice. Do not let me down. Wait, this is a will save, right?
Yeah. To be able to stifle that laugh before you just want to bust a gut in the middle of the woods.
Is that performance? Can I do this performance?
No, that's actually a will save. Willpower to stop.
Yeah. Might be a willpower to stop that one.
Okay.
Damn it, now I fucking forgot what I got. I went to count it.
I really didn't mean to make that my catchphrase either, but it really should be coming.
Will is wisdom, right?
Correct.
11 plus 4 is 15.
Okay. And what's your will? Oh wait, you don't know. So how's your will looking?
God damn, I just stopped.
Just roll.
A 13 plus 10. It's a will, right? A will save?
Correct.
Yeah.
Alright, 23.
Okay, I need you both to roll a stealth check.
Shit.
I rolled a 15.
Ooh, so I
I'm gonna roll
hit the
this for pink
match.
dice. Please don't
No,
fuck
I
with
rolled a
pink dice.
15 plus something's bonus.
Oh, shit.
26.
As I'm maniacally cackling,
Oh, thank God.
I'm pulling out spells and just kind of reading over them, making sure I have everything.
26?
26.
I just had to look over at your phone.
Okay, and what was yours at?
26.
26 for both of you. Okay.
Because I got an 18 plus 8.
Oh my God, my heart's beating so fast right now. I looked up an
Got
eagle running
Okay.
on foot.
So you're pretty sure that nothing heard you, but you think you were a little bit louder in your laughter than you thought. You just missed under it.
I am going to hold perfectly still for a minute as I watch Kalora and Aspen in front of me. I'm just going to stop right where I am and hold.
Aspen is able to keep going. The same comedy scene persists, but you do become numb to it after a moment of watching. I mean, things are only funny for so long.
Right,
That just
right.
caught you all off
I'm
guard.
definitely dancing, like.
You just don't have the heart to tell them.
My cackling ends eventually as I'm marching
Yeah,
down.
you're realizing that you're actually at the front of the group, and you know for a fact that you have no armor.
Oh yeah, no. I've got mage armor magic and that's it.
What about Wiz? He also rolled a 26.
Yeah, no, I needed to know that for my own needs. You also feel like you've managed to hide yourself pretty well.
I'm just going to keep moving.
Okay, so he's mid-ranging it between the two, and you all are kind of staggered outward, and
I'm bringing up the rear, keeping an eye on everyone. Wisp in and out of my vision since he's so well stealthed.
yeah, you get a good idea on where Wisp is because you've been paying attention, and you did really well on your own stealth.
Can I like smell around to see if there's anything around us?
Good call. Go ahead and roll for survival,
I too am going to sniff the wind.
and like check around for any signs of trailing or anything like that.
Yeah, both the smell of the girl, that musty smell,
I got a
and to see
17.
if there's anything new in the
17.
air. And this is a survival
Wait.
check?
Yep.
Yeah, 17. 9 and 8 is 17, right?
Yep.
Alright.
And Aspen, what are you doing as everybody kind of slows
19.
and stops? 19?
I stop and kind of go through my prepared spells still. Pulling a few out, reading them, mumbling to myself.
Okay, so you can't smell anything like as far as the little girl goes. You rolled a 17,
Yeah.
but
I rolled a
you,
19.
that mold smell seems to still be trailing off into the forest deeper.
Is it stronger or is it just
It's about the same, but it seems to be weaker behind you when you do like more of an outward circle trying to figure out where the trail picks up again.
Okay.
At a 19, while you have the same result from the scent, you do find a bit of very tattered, brown, dirty lace that's torn on a bramble.
Excuse me.
And a tiny blue waistcoat.
I was afraid of that. I pull the lace and I sniff it. It smells like the little girl.
Smells like the mold.
It smells like the mold.
Mhm.
And I pull the little jacket and I smell it.
The same moldy scent.
And I recognize the jacket, right?
It's the same jacket from the same kid that you'd seen with this woman in the past. You know for a fact that it goes to a little stuffed rabbit that's the size of a doll. It literally looks like Peter Rabbit.
That's exactly what I pictured. I carefully take both pieces off the branches and I put them in my satchel. And I continue to move forward, staying just behind the rest of the group.
It looks like the collar smock lace that was very common in most of the Middle Ages, it turns out, if they could make lace. But so it's more like a collar smock, like something may have snagged on a bush. Doesn't look like there was much of a struggle, more like it was just an absent-minded snare.
I make a sound like an owl to try to get Wisp's attention. Shut up! It's the best I can do.
I'm gonna hear this unnatural owl.
Wait. Can I roll a performance check on
Yeah,
that?
you can totally roll a performance check, and then the player's trying is just...
Okay, I'm rolling a performance check.
It might actually have sounded better than what we heard, because
Right.
this would be somebody who'd be far better trained at this.
Right.
Animal calls are not easy.
16.
Actually, it sounds like it might have been talking for too long tonight, but it totally passed for a decent wood owl.
Alright. So I'm gonna look over in that direction,
I want some little potatoes.
like just so I can see what's going on.
I'm gonna hold up the little blue coat and I'm gonna kind of wave it real quickly, and then I'm gonna put the coat in my satchel also.
Thinking I'm helping be sneaky, I'm totally gonna answer with like one of those softer eagles just caws. I believed it well enough that I'm like,
Wow.
Roll to see if you sound like a Strix or sound like an eagle. Performance.
16.
With her hooty hoot, I'm just notes and walking over to see what's up.
Again, it sounded like it was a little bit hoarse, like it'd been talking too much throughout the day, but a similar type of sound comes back from an eagle. In the middle of the night.
In the general direction of the ghosty bird.
Now that we have the entire forest's attention,
Oh, now that you mention it. Thank you for reminding me to roll.
Way to
Well,
go.
there's no need for
I'd rather
that.
bring them to us and us on their turf.
Way to go, Liz. What the fuck?
That's why I come out so loud. Come get us, motherfucker, so we don't have to come get you. Oh, come get us so we don't have to come get you.
The bigger problem is that the bird thinks they are well hidden.
I know.
You stop moving, so I'm in front of you, sneaky dancing.
Because I believe in.
I've turned around and headed towards her this way.
Well, I mean, that and the bird also
You
thinks
still
that,
managed to
they're
see
talking
the
to an
sneaky
owl.
dancing bird.
Yeah.
A horse owl, but no. You actually do realize what was going on and they found that little coat. It did get your attention, at least enough, Aspen, that you looked and saw that there's like a little piece of lace and a coat that Viridia was gesturing with. And that there's evidence.
Can I hit it with detect magic?
You can. You can absolutely hit it with detect magic. Actually, for detect magic, it just kind of happens.
Oh,
It
in
is
that
a
case, can I roll
cantrip.
on a detect magic also since I also
If you
have
cast it, it's a level 1 spell slot, but yeah.
It's a cantrip for me.
It's a cantrip for you?
Yeah.
It probably is for them too. So,
check. I don't
30
actually
for
know that.
emanation, purplish
Oh,
glow.
it's definitely a cantrip for me. It's the first spell I have listed.
Yeah.
cool. Well, if that's the case, then yes, you can both cast detect magic. About how far apart are you?
Well, I am holding the items.
It's a 30
Yes.
foot range.
It's a 30-foot radius around you each.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out the shape of the blob of detect magic.
Oh. How far ahead of me were you when you cast it?
I turned around and started heading towards you,
You know
so
that
I
everything
probably
is
walked up to
magical in
you.
the
We're
air.
probably
It's
about
not
as far as we are now when I
Christmas
detect
tree.
magic on it.
Okay, so we're about 3 feet away.
3 feet apart.
Yeah, cause
Okay, so it's a 30 by 3 radius focaled on each of you that moves basically with you. For the next, how long does that work?
I don't have that written
hang
down.
on. You send out a photo.
And it just highlights everything in that 30-foot radius.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
you
just
said
an
that.
instantaneous spell. It allows you to see everything.
For how long?
It just lets you know what's magic or not.
Okay, so it
within
doesn't
the
stick
area.
around.
It's just kind of, it's a pulse. That's all it is. It's a pulse of magic. It's like a video
Yeah.
game scanner, like the one video game on your
Yep, yep.
that we were
Okay.
doing.
Yeah.
That's all it
So
is.
once
It
it-
scans.
Okay. So,
Batman detect magic.
as you both hit this pulse of detect magic, the coat and the lace do not light up.
Damn.
Miscellaneous other things that you would know to be like commonplace magical plants and things of that nature go boing and ping for you all, and you can see a residual slow burn down of the light up around them.
Yeah.
And you also see a humanoid form about 20 feet away from you in the bushes, crouched. That outlines in it and then fades.
Oh, that magic.
That's a problem.
Steady
Steady on.
What does this spell
I-
do?
After putting the coat and the lace back in my pouch, I start moving towards where the shape was. My bow is
What's your spell save difficulty?
that's a good question. Wait, what? Spell save DC. I don't know. You should interpret that. There are numbers there. I don't know which one of them to tell you.
With electricity. Ooh.
Okay.
My bow is at the ready, but not necessarily drawn to fire.
Is it aimed in that generalized direction?
Yes, and the arrow is notched, but not drawn.
Okay, that's what you're doing. And how about you? Any of the three of you?
Well, me since I
Yes, you saw the same thing, Pink.
Oh yeah, I know.
since I just kind of like kept walking and didn't stop to look over at Viridia, right?
Yeah.
Since I didn't like, stop or anything, I just kept moving.
You would have seen the pulse from Detect Magic magic go out though,
Okay.
and you would have still also caught like everything that, because in a dark place, anything that gets a glowing outline is going to make the brain immediately tune to it.
Alright.
You would have seen a humanoid form somewhere in the woods that just faded when the detect magic faded, because it's like a sonar pain.
Okay. So how close would I be to that said sonar ping?
You're still relatively close to the party because you weren't trying to get too far out.
Yeah, I was trying to stay within like 10 feet of the party.
It's
So
probably
how far
very much at the edge of where the pulse was.
So 30 feet?
Well, 20 feet from him.
Oh, 20 feet from
Yeah.
Well, no, it'd be 40 feet because it's on the other side. You can see farther than where it was like. You're on this side of them when it went off. It was on the. If you were on the right, they were on the. It was on the left.
Okay, I got you.
So you're 10 feet this way. It's 30 feet that way, so it's 40 feet out from you.
Yeah, because I would be ahead of you as far as walking goes.
It's give or take at the edge of your line at 30 feet.
Can I make out what this is, or...
All you know is that it is a humanoid form.
Alright.
And it was following us.
It was crouched and it was hiding, and it seemed
Was
to
it
be
behind
directed
us or in
towards,
front of us?
kind of flanking at a 45-degree angle back and to the left.
Okay, so it was following us. Okay.
I'm a lock on. At least to where I saw it. I'm going up.
How far?
Not through the canopy, but like just into.
You're about, it takes you about 20 feet before you hit the lowest lying branches where you are right now. Most of them are between 15 and 20 feet is low, and it's going to be dex to move, or you're going to be moving at half your flight speed in order to be able to maneuver around the branches.
I don't mind being halved. Half my flight speed kind of gives everybody the opportunity for me to be able to still get to them. I'm staying low to the canopy. I'm not trying to get up into it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna cast Ghost Sound, which is. Hang on, I have to go back.
You
into
making
my
me sound
stuff.
spooky?
Now mind you, I haven't come up with any of my flavor text, so I'm just gonna leave that alone right now. But
Ghost sound, you can make sound whatever you want in that moment.
yeah, so I make this horrible screeching sound that is ear shattering, that basically stuns him. That was my goal, is to use sound audio weapon.
What's the difficulty to save on that?
You create an auditor. I guess my difficulty is a 17. Is my spell casting difficulty is.
I think you're supposed to use your spell attack for that one.
Yeah, it's your spell
You need a
attack.
fortitude
Okay,
save.
so I
don't
need
you?
to roll for that then, right?
No,
Yeah.
No, your spell attack should be at the top. Right?
Oh, he needs to know what the spell DC is to know what to roll for the NPC.
Yeah, is it a reflex, will, or a fortitude? I think that one's reflex.
You create an auditory illusion. The sound emanates a square you designate within range. You create an intelligible word that or another intricate sound such as music. It doesn't. I mean,
So it sounds like the screech of a badly played violin note.
yeah. Sorry, it's not very bright. I'm trying to conserve battery.
Okay. So, as you do this, you hear the exact same sound that you mimic out, because it's a 5 foot away from you thing, echo directly under you at the exact volume, shape, and pitch. And then about 4 seconds later, a tree screams out like a child.
What the fuck did I just do?
Everybody, stay calm.
Kalora has definitely settled into a bit more predator mode, less spooky bird.
I think that once I realized that guy was there, I went ahead and like stopped and started to move in the direction that I saw the light.
I sniff the air and call out into the darkness. Show yourself.
Eagle's hearing can, like, with the eagle's hearing and the way the eagles naturally hear as a predator strikes, would I be able to listen closely to try to hear movement?
I probably did just shatter your eardrums.
It's okay.
Yeah, you're absolutely welcome to make a perception check. I know what their stealth is at right now.
Perception. That'd be +8. That would be a 26.
No clue.
Okay, so they're not moving.
That was kind of my goal. Was just
You can't tell. One way or another. You hear bushes moving here and there, but it really could just be the wind. At the same time, nothing seems to have moved from where that shape was.
I cast detect magic again.
what the fuck did I wake up? Why would my echo reverberate back at me that loud, that close to me?
I'm gonna continue to listen very carefully.
This time, it's back and to the left about 15 feet away from Wisp, 7 feet away from you, in the bushes behind a tree, that's roughly about a 200-year-old oak, but you can see the purple outline through the tree when the magic pings.
I turn and I point my bow and I call again. Show yourself. We mean you no harm.
No answer.
I mean,
You hear a twig snap 10 feet to your right, in the opposite direction.
next comes Bone Taker. Can I break his bones?
Do I have an action?
You have an absolute capability of making an action, yes.
I take an action to, since I heard the twig snap from the other side of me and I'm not sure where that came from, I'm going to take an action to hide myself in some tree root and stay very
Like,
still for a
try and
moment.
hide yourself in the trees?
Yeah.
Like up in the branches or
Nope,
just on
down
the
in
ground?
the root system.
Roll
Low to the
stealth.
ground.
Nice. I like that dice. That dice is my friend.
I guess that would be the 20.
Dirty 20? Yeah.
I guess that would be my nicest.
Well, I need a dexterity check to get close to, like, where I'm still hanging up. Get close to Viridia.
How quickly are you trying to move?
Fast enough.
Then yes.
Okay.
If you're trying to take your time and pick your way through the branches, you could probably still make it, because you all are generally staying pretty close together, which is probably pretty smart when something's doing this.
Okay, straight dex, acrobatics, or athletics?
Acrobatics, actually, for this.
Okay. 24.
You get over top of Viridia, and you see Kalora position themselves directly over top of you relatively easily. You feel very confident that you're blended in pretty well with everything that this is, with everything that you've been dealing with. This seems odd, though.
I'm just gonna hold for a minute, for like quite a minute.
Okay. Yeah, That's a lot closer than you were comfortable. It's actually about 12 feet from where you were standing when it disappeared on the ping this time.
Oh, Aspen hits out with chill touch
Where?
in the direction of
Where ping class?
yeah.
Okay.
I don't like this either. Aspen's going full attack mode.
I was like, I like this. The fighting in the dark is kind of cool.
Alright.
It could be broad daylight and I could still run this thing like this
19.
because of what it is.
I like the dark in the
Plus
mist, though.
my,
It's creepy.
my bonus. My proficiency is a 7.
I thought you guys could have some fun with this.
19
19 plus 7
is
is 26.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Cool. So I rolled a 26 on that.
Okay. So, were you going towards where the ping was, or were you going towards where the snap was?
Where his shadow reappeared like 12 feet next to me.
Okay, so as that happens, you're gonna go off with your chill touch. I need you to roll for damage. Because while it may be just a split-second ping, you don't get a disadvantage because that ping at least lights it up enough for you to be able to tell.
Okay, so you need me to roll what?
Well,
Oh.
they roll for a chill touch. You're not able to see where it went because the snap got your attention.
4 damage. And it is he technically a living creature or an undead? Because it does actually matter.
Why does it matter? Just tell me that part.
Because the spell,
Damage.
specifically type of damage. I think a flea bit me.
Usually they're craving blood, so it's not sure.
Okay, so...
Yeah, that's why that mattered.
Okay, well, it's not undead. Okay. And how much damage did it do?
I rolled 3 plus 1. Or this 4 damage.
Okay. Alright. And now I need everybody to roll for initiative.
I didn't get to do it. Do you know
What were
what
you
the
gonna-
bonus is on incredible initiatives? Could somebody look that up?
+2.
It's plus 2.
I was actually gonna cast my ray of frost at like the ping that I saw.
Okay, go ahead.
Which one is my attack dice?
That goes off of my spell attack roll, right?
Yeah,
My like chance to hit.
yep, exactly.
Where do you find your initiative?
Yeah, I'm not sure where to find initiative on here either.
D20 plus your attack, or plus your dex.
I got a 19.
D20 plus dex? Okay.
Okay, I got a 21.
That one could
Oh, wait, that's not as close as I thought.
You call ass.
I technically got 2 on that.
Plus 2 is 17.
17?
I got a 19 for my
I
casting
got
rate.
2 in here
chance-
now.
So 21, 19, 17, 1.
Well, I got
What
a.
was my dex?
Oh wait, I'm sorry. 20, 19, 17, that thing, 1.
No, 17 was my 17.
I
Was
rolled
my
a 2, I thought I was screwed.
17 was my chance to hit
Yeah, my dex is
with my ray of frost.
It's still got 3 tankish
No dice.
bastards coming.
Nice.
No dice, you missed.
All right.
You don't know what happened?
And then I got to roll for initiative, right?
Mhm.
What stat goes with initiative?
Dexterity bonus.
Dex.
Plus, if you have like Liz does, she gets a +4 to initiative because of the superior initiative feat.
Plus 4? You said plus 2.
Well, you get +2 for your dex bonus, or whatever your dexterity bonus is, plus you get that is an extra +2 on top of it.
Oh, okay. Plus my dex is a plus 3.
I got a 16.
Okay, so you get a yeah. See what now?
I got a 16 for initiative.
16? Well, it's still in the same order at that point. So,
Can I petition the GM for some advantageous information?
Ooh.
of what nature?
Let's
Keep
see.
in mind, you burn that, I'm going to be as literal as a wish spell about what you ask. Because it's only one coin.
That's how I fucked myself.
I am asking if I can catch an idea of what we're playing with. Call it Hunter's Intuition.
Yeah. Let's see. What was that going to actually function as in this particular? What are you basing it off of as far as trying to figure it out? What gives you an idea of what it may be?
I've been listening carefully and paying attention, so I'm going to call it Perception with my +8 bonus.
What are you trying to perceive it as?
General movement, I'm trying to figure out if I know what type of creature it is or if I've run into it before. I've been
Okay.
hunting for a while. I'm
Yeah,
leaning.
I'll let you roll a survival check because you've been traveled for a minute, but you're giving me your coin.
Yeah.
You don't get to keep your hero point for that one.
Yeah, no. If you ask for if you petition the GM for advantageous information, you burn your coin. And that would be a 24.
Okay. So, at a 24, I'm going to actually use that one to figure that out. You're relatively sure that it's a small bear.
Ooh.
As a medium-sized creature.
Ooh. Ooh.
You know it's a medium-sized creature. You know that it pings humanoid, but it seems to be... It sounds like a bear. Everything that you can tell from here, it moves and is making its motions sound like a bear.
Okay, so it's either a weird bear or it's something trying to convince me it's a bear.
Something like that.
I just heard bear with chill touch.
That's what Kalura thinks if they decide to communicate it to you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to communicate it until I feel like it's necessary.
Okay.
If it's just a small bear, we're going to handle it just, or a medium bear, we're going to handle it just fine. So,
Well, it's not just a bear one way or the other.
Something's not right about it.
Keeps pinging on detect magic, so whatever it is, it's definitely not just a forest bear.
The legendary Bigfoot.
I'm also concerned about making too much noise.
Making too much noise?
Mm.
Alright, so are you gonna try and hide yourself better?
A little, and I am...
Go ahead and roll stealth again then.
Alright, and with
Let me know
Meridian-
how that goes. I will have my fingers crossed for you.
oh hey! 19!
Cool.
It's not a 1!
That is good news.
Right?
I am going to try to make a mimicked bear noise, beak pointed right down where I had seen Viridia shrink in.
That's what you're gonna use your action to for this turn?
Yep, because I'm just crouched
Okay.
in, ready to move.
Go ahead, and you'll be basically stationary on defense mode other than that.
Yep.
But go ahead and roll a performance.
Alright. Be nice, folks. No, I'm using...
Miraculously, you
Wild
see
one, guys.
Kalora become a little bit better hidden as this continues.
Yes! Don't for 26.
Nice.
No, 20s always succeed. So that was to sound like what now?
Sound like a medium-sized bear.
Okay, so you hear Kalora sound like a medium-sized bear. The same noise echoes back from directly under your feet.
Okay. I am still going to simply hold for now.
I thought it was the sneakiest way of trying to let everybody know what I thought it was.
And can I roll a perception to get that message?
Yeah, you're welcome to.
In which case, if you roll really low, it's gonna sound like a fart.
Does anybody else want to understand? No, it'll still sound like the bear. They do
Okay.
good on their roll.
Okay.
The catch is getting the message when it's done. Anybody else who wants to try and get the message should make the same perception roll. Another one. Because that is a solid point, and thank you.
No.
Aspen is going to take his staff. Because this is twice now a loud sound has been made and it came from underneath. So Aspen's going to take a staff and just stab it into the ground.
Where the hell is perception?
A puff of dust comes up from the dirt.
Perception would be on your.
And it goes kind of squishy
first
because it's
page.
kind of the ground. You notice the
Yeah.
ground's a little marshy.
If someone looks like a magnifying glass on the right-hand side.
It's kind of like a.
Oh
As you
shit,
pull it
I
back
didn't.
up.
That's the one I didn't.
So
so
yeah,
I-
do I just
You
stick
said
it
that
in
was
my
Kind of a
right?
little bit sticky mud under your
You
feet.
said that was wisdom, right?
Yeah, perception is your wisdom plus your proficiency.
Yeah, you're good.
Proficiency. Where's proficiency?
Where in a sound bubble?
I don't know what your proficiency is. I know what mine
I'm
is.
not
No,
telling
where
you
is it?
No, you're not going to.
because
I don't know where it is on the sheet.
I
Okay,
play
well,
monsters and bats the
so
same way I play
12 plus
characters.
4 at the very least.
24 at the least.
12 plus 4, so 16.
16.
I got it. 2 plus a 10 or 2 plus 8 bonus. So
For a grand whopping 10.
yeah, for a grand whopping 10, but I rolled a fucking 2.
Okay, so you've got a vague idea of what they're trying to communicate, and yeah, they're right, it probably does sound like a bear.
Go to jail.
Viridia, you totally got it. I just needed you to roll a 10 or higher.
Okay.
Aspen, were you trying to figure out what the message was on that one? You're trying to figure out why it's coming. No, that's right, you hit the ground. You watch Aspen hit the ground, and you watch as her staff actually goes in like it's almost a muck, maybe about 2 inches deep. Almost like things are starting to get marshy where you are in the woods.
I don't like this, guys.
If that works. So, you are completely oblivious, huh?
I don't even know at this point.
You're trying to figure out what's going on, like, where the hell is this thing, is basically what you're doing at this point, Wes.
Yeah, I figure at this point I am still continuing in the direction where I saw them last, and
Okay, so you're moving up through the group and past to try and take more of a frontline position at this point. Alright, and where
because
are you
I'm
at?
in stealth, so I
I
mean, it makes
am
sense.
still perched, but ready
Above
to launch
them.
above Viridia.
And what
I'm
are you
still
doing, Aspen?
hidden in the roots of the tree.
Oh wait, hold on, it gets its turn.
Alright, so according to my dice,
Okay,
it's
so
definitely
you
fighting.
watch as...
Like
What's
doing
your armor
that
class?
box.
Oh no, of course I get hit because I hit first. 17.
17? Okay, as for a split second, you all see something come out of being invisible, swing past Aspen, its claws, a humanoid form, its claws ripping at her robes but missing her. And it disappears and it looks like it's invisible again.
It's got a skeleton. It's got bones, guys.
You do get a reaction. Can you cast that as a reaction? What is it?
No, Bone
Nope.
Shaker is not a reaction.
Cantrip for wizard.
Yeah, I don't get reaction magic like that.
Damn.
And the spell that I wanted to cast when it's my turn.
And as they become invisible, you don't even hear so much as a footstep.
Is it my turn yet?
Yes, now it's your
Okay,
turn.
Okay, so since he was right past me, I kind of have a general idea of which direction he was going. So I move and I clench my fist, and as I'm saying that, I say, bend the bones and twist the back, snap the neck like that. And I
Okay.
cast Bone Shaker in the general 100-foot cone direction that he's in.
Roll to hit at a disadvantage.
I mean, that makes sense.
You're basically shooting at a space. Take the lowest.
The target takes double damage, is enfeebled for 2. You can cast a 3-action version. I critical failed that, by the way.
Okay, so you crit failed it?
Yeah, no.
Well, good news. Well, the bad news is you missed it. On the other hand, if anybody decides to be energetic after this, you did just create food for the village. You hear a bunch of small, like, squirrels, rabbits, a deer. And you're not really sure what it was, but you're pretty sure it sounded like some sort of a dog. Just kind of crunch in a cone shape.
Aspen, you have no idea what that little girl is. That thing's scary.
Yeah, but we don't know if it's got the girl.
I mean, it only does so much damage. It doesn't kill him right off the bat. We might still be able to find out where she's at. Might be. Maybe.
I listen to hear the sounds of a child crying. Or the trees screaming.
What do you mean by the tree screaming?
Earlier you mentioned that one of the trees made a sound.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And so
Okay.
I
So
want-
you're listening for any off sounds.
particularly from the trees.
Go ahead and roll perception. But we are back to the top of the list if Aspen is gone because everybody tried to figure out what this thing was.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So
And at the top of the list is Kalura.
I'm gonna hold, for the most part, to spend my action focusing.
Okay, you can focusing to watch for where the movement comes from. You can only hold your action until the end. I'm going to allow people to hold actions. I'm figuring out the house rules that are going to make things work best for me
Okay.
and for the way that this is running. You can hold your action until the last person in initiative's turn.
Okay.
After that point, you cannot hold your action. You cannot use it to interrupt the bad guy's turn, no matter what it is. You can use it right after their turn or right before it.
Okay. I'm holding my
Tactically speaking, that can
I'm
work
holding
in
my
some
entire
situations.
action and just focusing.
This in.
This is how I'm deciding to balance holding actions. Okay, so you're holding?
Yep.
And who is next in the line? Okay,
Wisp.
Wisp.
What? Oh.
You just saw something go from being invisible to taking a swipe at Aspen to being invisible again.
Alright.
And when they fired off that bone shaker thing into the woods, you heard a whole bunch of animals die, but you were absolutely sure that, yeah, there was a bear in there, but it was not the bear that you were looking for. It was too far out.
Okay.
Oh! I didn't really want to kill anything.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, with all the blood smell in the air now, I'm obviously not going to be able to smell.
Oh, no, there's not
smell
much
for it.
blood. All of it did was shatter bones inside the body.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. I was like,
It
wait a
just-
minute. There's going to be a lot of blood smell. I'm not going to be able to smell anything.
No, they just kind of die with the internal hemorrhaging thing going on. It's terrible.
Would it be possible for me to, since I was fishing earlier with the refugees, would it be possible for me to like pull out the rope fish net and say, throw it on the ground and cast animate rope on it for a chance of like possibly doing like an entanglement? Would that be possible?
You can like cast animate rope, and then is there any particular direction you want the rope in now, or are you going to hold its movement until as far long as you can? It's a concentration-based spell, so as long as you concentrate on it, it can basically
I'm gonna
keep
try
going.
and move it towards Aspen, since Aspen is probing at the ground, and that's where the person took a swipe.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and possibly use it to entangle them. Since it is a net, it makes sense.
Okay. Let me think. Go ahead and roll to hit, actually. I had to think about something. How something is moving.
And what would my chance to hit be? Just the dice? Or?
Yeah, it's dice plus your spell attack bonus. Because animate rope is a spell, you get to use that as your...
So I would have a 22.
Okay, so here's how this goes down. You do not manage to entangle.
Okay.
But, interestingly enough, as you strike out towards Aspen, you watch as the rope stops against something. It's a rope. It doesn't actually hurt anything. You just located the point of reference.
Yeah, that's what I was going for, was like a location.
It stops and it coils downward. It like literally goes boom, and it hits straight down when it hits an object that looks like you can see straight through it.
Since I'm next in the initiative order, can I do my action almost like a reaction to that?
Yes.
I cast Tanglefoot in that direction.
What's the save difficulty on that?
Would you look up Tanglefoot for me? I don't know what the
Is it a
save DC is
spell?
on that.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, give me just 1 second.
It's on the...
What level spell, may I ask? 1, 2, 3.
Actually, I don't even need to know the level. What is the name of the spell?
Tanglefoot.
Tanglefoot?
It's a cantrip.
It's a cantrip.
Being up in the
Druid
canopy,
cantrip.
is the ash on my feathers wet? Okay.
Tanglefoot, here it is.
I just need to know how physics are going to work here in a minute. I did dump like a box of ash on my head. I am quite an ashy bird at the moment.
Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. You got all the info you need for
You
it?
know what? No. How about
Here you go.
hand that to you?
Okay, range 30 feet, one creature. Can't see mobilization consistent. 10-foot circle. That's your spell difficulty. Okay, so it's whatever your spell save difficulty is on your character sheet.
My spell save DC?
Yep.
Okay, so 20 or 60?
Okay,
I don't know why.
It would be a 6
Dex plus
6
6.
4 is a 10 plus 10 is a 20.
Okay, so 20 to save. And that's what, reflex?
Yeah.
I don't know why you have some of it filled in with zeros and stuff in the weird places where you should have your own numbers.
As the rope drops.
The character sheet came that way. I don't
There you
know
go.
why either.
That's odd.
Here you go. So as the rope drops to the ground, you manage to actually entangle the rope itself. It's as if there was nothing else there to grasp except for the rope.
Yes.
I got lucky.
Fell short.
That was actually a really good shot, and your spell save is ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm kind of jealous. Mine's only a 17.
What's their spell save?
20.
Damn.
Yeah.
You're right.
I mean, mine's...
Like a 19, I think, or a 17. It's not nice. I know that much.
Mine's an 18.
Yeah,
I'm
see?
the wizard, and you guys both have a higher spell save than I do?
You're 12.
I don't get it.
You're 12 and can cast spells at that level. I wouldn't complain too much.
Okay, let me teach you about the joy of min-maxing.
Right, I actually do not completely support or condone min-maxing. It depends on why you did it. But either way, back to the task at hand. That brings us around, since we have got Miss Viridia missing with her spell because reflex saves are real. Yes?
Before it's that thing's turn,
Okay.
I am going to fly through the general area. I'm using all 3 of my actions because I saved the 3 points.
1
of
for the
action.
move, and then 2 to get your set of attacks in.
No.
Hmm?
1 to move, and 2 to make sure I am barrel rolling as shakily as possible to create a cloud of ash over the entire area.
Interesting.
That's
Okay,
actually
go
smart.
You said it's
ahead.
invisible, not ethereal.
Yep.
What do you need? What roll do you need?
It became visible just long enough for it to take a strike, and then because when you attack, you lose it, and then it was invisible again. It's roughly humanoid. You're right.
Yep.
And what roll do you need?
You need to go ahead and roll to hit.
I'm not trying to hit it. I'm
You're
trying to
trying-
create a cloud.
But you're
Yeah,
trying
you need to roll
Yeah,
and hit
but
it with
you
the
still
cloud.
need to.
All right.
Hang on, there's a spell that allows
I'm glad you
to-
didn't crit hit fail, because at this point I would be entangling
That's
them.
not good.
I didn't do an arcane check on my knowledge. So I do actually know somewhere in here there's a spell that allows you to basically step into a different dimension and tell a jump point.
Okay, you don't even have to roll to know. Nope, that's not what's going on
I
here.
get
Okay.
I get my melee attack bonus. Yeah. The plus 13 from my other weapons.
Ranged, it's an AoE.
Okay.
I don't even know which one
Okay.
this
It's your
goes
dex
for.
bonus.
This
Okay.
will
Plus that you are proficient in a cloud of ash coming off of your feathers as you're shaking your proficient flyer, so it'll work.
Okay. Okay. So that comes off in total as
That's
a
tough.
23.
23.
I do believe that's the
Well,
spell.
yeah, that hits.
Yeah,
So
so
actually
that's
about
the target
25
for it.
feet away from where Aspen is when it struck and became invisible,
You have to be able to see.
up and to the left, moving like it was coming around to get behind you, Wisp. You see just at the edge of Kalora's ashen charge through, shaking their feathers,
Okay.
burning all of their movement and all of their actions to get that movement done.
Okay.
You see this humanoid-ish, you're pretty sure it was female shape, barely outlined in ash, because they shake their wet feathers clean.
Good job, Birdie.
Alright, but I,
And it's like maybe 10 feet from you at this point. I'm just letting you know what you all are seeing.
Don't attack. Guys, move for the capture, not the kill.
I'm down until my next turn. I spent everything I had to reveal it.
Yeah, and now it is its turn.
Oh yeah.
it's whose turn?
It's the thing's turn.
The thing.
Because you
Okay.
used your rope to identify where it was. You tried to entangle it, and
But
it's
somehow missed.
and missed because that would have happened right before its turn, or right as it was moving out of the way, technically. Then you flew through, and it revealed where its stopping point was as a result of that, because that seemed like the fair compromise there to make everything flow accurately, story-wise. And now it's its turn. Good news is you can see what it's doing.
And I'm all out of ashes too.
If it
Okay.
attacks, I'm attacking back.
We need to. You guys, we need to attack as a team.
Oh yeah.
You're still up just
I
barely in
feel
the
like
canopy,
that.
right?
Yep. And the actual coat, the
What's your armor class?
I mean.
21.
21.
Pager them. See.
You watch them back up as they realize they can be seen, and as they swipe their arm down, an entire part of a tree goes swinging past you, and you're able to just. You watch Kalora just dodge out of the way slightly as an entire branch and part of a tree bends as if somebody's shaping it and swings it at her.
Oh yeah, I'm hitting this bitch with lightning. Okay. My turn?
And yes, now it goes to your turn. And yes, you can see an outline. They do not have the bonuses of invisibility anymore, so there's that.
Alright,
And
so...
they just totally use tree shape in order to at you. Because it makes it so you can bend and move trees.
Lacking in flavor text, I don't have the spell's name that I would use, but I'm going to cast Shocking Grasp to the creature that I see.
So you're going to move to where you can make that touch attack to go.
It's not a touch. It is a touch. Yeah, I'm going to go for the touch. I'm going to go for it. And we're moving for the touch.
Okay, roll to hit.
6 plus... What bonus would I use?
Spell attack.
7.
13.
After, yeah.
Hits. Hits on a touch armor class, because the last thing expected to happen is you watch as here comes Aspen, hands sparking electricity as they dash forward and grab this ashen figure.
Oh, don't shake the ash off.
Oh no,
I
they
don't
don't.
want an ass.
Matter of fact, go ahead and roll for damage.
Stop moving! That's
It did
18
18.
of electricity
Ouch.
damage. But that's also a spell attack of plus 7, according to this.
Plus
so
add your
25.
spell attack bonus on top of.
Plus another 7 is plus 14 to that, technically.
Alright, so 25 plus 7, 32.
Hang on, and then if the target is wearing metal armor, or
No.
is made of metal,
No.
gain a plus 1. Okay, so no. And circumstance bonus to your attack roll, Shocking Grasp. If the target takes a plus 1 d4 persistent damage on a critical hit, would be that?
Nope.
That was not critical. Okay, that's it.
Okay, so it
No
does
metal.
a whole.
Whopping
I think you doubled your attack bonus.
18 plus 14. Well, it says plus 7 in here, spell attack, and then my 7.
That's what that 7 is.
Ooh! Deep.
So it's 25.
Yeah, so it takes 25.
Ouch.
Where'd that pencil go?
I don't know where your pen
Oh, wait,
is.
here it is.
Here's one.
Wrath of God.
So 25.
As I'm fried.
25, and you are right in range of it, but that's only if you're. But you're fine for right now. So it's a. And I get to math.
Which form? This form.
Okay. So you watch as electricity arcs along what looks like about an 8-foot tall, so very deformed looking human figure, almost grotesque in its appearance, that is now looming over top of Aspen. It's 8 foot tall. It's considerably larger than you. But on a good note, anybody want to try and figure out what it is now that it's completely visible, having been shocked to shitting back and breaking the invisibility spell?
Oh, for sure. I want to roll a perception for that.
Okay. Anybody else?
Sure.
Cool. You do get you can use your nature's roll to do this.
Aspen's trying to make a dodge.
You can run it off of your call. There's no reason to dodge it.
Fuck it.
Oh, he's stunned.
No.
No, I'm trying to dodge and get the
23.
hell away from him as quick as I can.
You'd know.
12.
You'd know.
Apparently the moonlight was bright as fuck. I rolled a nat 1. I didn't see shit.
You have no fucking
You got some
idea what
ash
this
to the
is. This
face,
is
it's
new
not
to
your
you
fault.
as far as what this is.
A little bit of ash in the eye or something.
And how'd you go?
I was hoping to try to
To figure out what it is. Did you want to roll perception?
No, I totally forgot. Sorry.
You do not need to roll to dodge that will happen if your armor class gets missed.
Front page.
14 with a 7 is 21, correct?
What'd you say?
Yeah.
14?
Oh yeah, you totally know what the fuck this is. Okay, so the consensus vote between all of you is that this is a green hag.
Fuck!
Oh god.
Ooh.
Who's up against that, really?
Oh, yeah.
All I could think
I
I'm
of.
figured
glad I'm going deadly right out the bat then.
All I could think of is kinky.
When you have a group of things like this, you can go a little bit balls to the wall with it and not hurt them and just challenge them. Just saying.
I'm thinking it might be a
I
feat,
remember it. Green
which would be in the build. I'm thinking it's one of these. Oops. Cancel. I'd have to go into the character.
Yeah, and you've got a pretty good recollection. Anybody who rolled over a
No.
10 would have a
It's under
character.
focus spell, but it is for druid.
Yeah, that just means that as long as you maintain focus, you can maintain the spell throughout,
Focus
and you
spell.
can cast anything that doesn't have
Yeah,
that
I
and
was
keep it
looking. I was
maintained.
Yeah,
trying to look
I-
up a specific focus spell.
Okay.
Because we're different classes, my
Yeah.
focus spell is different.
Yours
have
run
to-
off of Primal.
Yeah, but it's gonna be harder for
They
them
don't.
to look up.
She doesn't know what her spell focus is because she doesn't have it written down.
Your spell focus is your sprig of mistletoe or wood and oak.
No, I just wanted to find out about pest form.
Oh, pest form, sorry.
Oh, that makes it so that you can go into anything as small as like a rat, a mouse, a sparrow, because you're big enough to do flying stuff. So you could actually have you could turn yourself into a lark, literally,
Okay.
Okay.
all the way down to a praying mantis, a bug, or a mite. Dependent. Yes, you can't disease. You can only go to the size of the smallest pest. There's rules, you know.
There's rules.
What happened in that spell?
Tiny.
There's rules.
Cool thing is if you
Alrighty.
do a cricket, there's a token over there for cricket.
So, as it's electrified and now quite visible for what it is, and that was Aspen, so yeah, it goes back around to Kalora.
No, I'm not gonna pull my sword because that would be an action. Let's see. I'm gonna take an action to move to it. Is it within 25 feet of me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna take an action to move to it. And then as I'm getting in, I'm going to swing my whip like this in an attempt to grapple.
Okay.
And I'm going for like around the arms and neck.
Which one? Arm or neck?
Why
It's
not?
a whip.
It's a whip with a barb on the end. I'm going for the neck. Just to
Alright.
grab and hold.
Roll to hit.
Okay. Wild mount dice. That's a 23.
Oh, that hits.
Roll damage?
You can roll damage. Yeah.
Okay. 11.
11?
Yep.
And it is considered grappled.
Good.
So it's electric.
So it is now hooked around. You did get it around here across the neck, but it's got a pretty good solid pull on you at the same time.
Mm-hmm. No,
How well are you holding on to this thing throughout this?
I've got a full like like not quite a death grip, but like the kind of grip a cowboy would use when wrangling a calf.
Grappling grip.
And that brings us around to, I believe it was Wisp next. Yes,
Yay!
because the wet venom came the intent. So yes, Wisp. So as you see Kalora wrapping the whip around this thing's, obviously what its neck, it's a neck at this point.
Ugh, sorry.
The cold seems to drip off of it, and you notice that it's standing in even more muckish, marshy. It's like the melt-off seems to have caused a larger amount of marshland to form and spread out throughout the mountains over the last couple of years since the last time you were out here, Viridia.
Okay.
Or maybe a hag's been turning it into its own private wonderland. You're actually pretty deep in at this point when you really stop to look.
Okay.
So how far am I away from this thing?
You're actually about 15 feet away.
15 feet away.
You watch as Kalora goes dashing past you, gets about 10 feet in front, lashes out with their whip, wraps it around this thing's neck and tugs downward, causing it to dig the whip into the back of the neck and causing it, and digs and cuts into the neck flesh itself to the point where you can see blood starting to trickle down its chest from behind it.
Okay. So is it prone because of
No,
how
it's
hard people-
standing, it's just in place, grappled like that.
And all
Okay.
Calora's gonna do is focus on pinning herself to the ground.
I think I'm gonna cast my my electric arc. So
What's your whip made out of?
Actually, no, it's high quality leather with a barb on the end.
Yeah, it's got the steel barb on the tip.
Cool, but it's leather, that's better-ish.
That means it's not a conduit.
Yeah.
Specifically, they took my cheap whip and quite a bit
Fixed
of
it.
my gold and made me a new one.
Got it. Okay, so,
No, it's
okay,
a
I just
nice
needed to check for reasons.
Yeah, it's a conduit.
Yep.
Because you are in a wet environment and even wet leather isn't that good of a conductor.
Right.
But, so you're going to go and cast this?
Yeah,
So
I'm
roll
gonna
hit.
cast electric arc. I'm literally gonna like look over at it and be, you know, taste my lightning, fucker! Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and cast.
Alright. I got a 13 for hit.
It's the strangest thing. You watch this bounce, and it hits the ground.
Okay.
It arcs between its legs,
Alright.
hits a squirrel,
Alright.
arcs upward into a tree branch, and fizzles, and seems to somehow have missed it every time that it bounced.
Okay.
Good job.
You hit way below it. It didn't even move. It just watched it go through and went.
Oh.
And you watch this big toothy smile. The teeth are yellow and overly elongated, but still look like they could have been human once, a century ago.
I'm gonna
They've
keep.
tried to mummify themselves at this point, sitting in this person's head while a few have rotted out.
I have a DM question.
That mold smell is very pungent in the air now.
My turn?
I'm gonna keep moving towards
What's
him.
mine?
Yeah, okay. You're welcome to ask the question.
I go after Pudgy.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dude, you go after it.
So,
it went after me.
My question is, with the quick shot, instead of taking a second shot, could I be permitted to cast Produce Flame on one of my arrows and take one shot?
it's a cantrip, correct?
Just making sure, yes. Just the one arrow.
Just under the requirement for one of your pretty little coins. So yeah, I'll allow you to try that. And that's you get one attack, but you'll get a plus 1d6 fire damage if you hit.
Well, I've got the 1d8 plus 1, and then the 1d4 persistent fire damage on a critical success, or 1d4 plus my spellcasting ability modifier on a regular success.
Because the arrow is your arrow, it is actually a willing target. So if you fire at it and then aim at the arrow
Or
head
aim
at the arrowhead that is inside of its chest, I will allow it because you will know the exact location of that arrow when it's in that thing's chest.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
That seems like a fair way to allow that to go down the way that you're wanting to go. I can't let you fire it off of the end of the arrow prior because it's going to do the fire damage to your arrow.
Okay. Yeah.
But
okay.
if it does that damage ambiently inside because of where the arrowhead is, you can target that within your range.
Okay.
You're within 30 feet of it.
So I am going. Oh, just no. Never mind.
I know. So do you like that answer?
I do.
Oh, that's beautiful. 16. What do I add to 16? Is that my dex bonus? No.
To hit with you get a +9 to hit with your bow.
And a +1.
So +10 to hit with your bow. Don't.
Oh
roll.
no, wait. Is the +1 to the +1's to damage? not
+1 to
hit.
damage and to hit because of
Oh,
the way
okay.
that it functions.
So 16 + 10 is 26.
Yeah, that definitely hits it. So go ahead and roll him because of the way you did that action. Also roll your fire damage. And the arrow doesn't get a save, so it's just going to persistently cause that burn damage inside of this thing for the amount of rounds that it is until an arrow can save and put itself out inside of something.
And so
Which it can't.
it's a 1d4
Which is mean.
plus my
But it would actually work that way.
ability.
You're not targeting the subject, your target's inside of it. What are you going to do? Reward your players for ingenuity, and this is why you don't play with weak monsters. This one's not weak.
You can't hand us easy things.
No, if I hand you all easy things, I get.
You said with my spell attack roll?
Look, you automatically hit the arrowhead. You hit it with the arrow, so you automatically
The
hit.
flame deals fire damage equal to 1d4 plus your spellcasting ability modifier. Is that
That would be
Your
spell
spellcasting
attack.
bonus. Yeah, so your spell attack bonus. Which is a +9, I think, or something.
It says +10.
Yeah, so it'll be 1d4 plus 10 internal damage and the same as a residual every round.
3 plus 10 is 13. Oh, it's only persistent if it was a critical, and it wasn't a critical.
Oh, that's just it. You're targeting something that's a willing subject, so it auto-crits.
It auto-critted on the inside. Yeah. Okay, 13 points of damage.
13 points of damage plus the 1d6 for the arrowhead.
Oh wait, I forgot to actually roll the damage for the arrow.
That's what I'm saying.
Now that
I'll
was a
be
1d8.
fair, if you're
that was
fucking
a,
up, you're
no,
fucking
and it's
up.
a one. I thought it was a 1d8 on the short bow.
Okay, if it's a 1d8 on the...
Hold on, let me look.
That's right, it's a 1d8 because it's a
Composite short bow.
Wouldn't it be 1d8
Yeah.
plus your strength?
1d8 plus 1
1d8 plus 1.
plus dex.
Yeah.
Oh wait, 1d8 plus 1 plus dex, so 1d8 plus 4. Which is good because I only rolled a 2, so 6.
So 6
6
on
plus
the
13
13
is 19.
You're taking pretty healthy bites out of it.
Yeah.
And it is looking rough as that flame explodes in its chest. And
Yeah, except for people like me who cast
It-
Hunkering
pulls
down.
the arrow out actively as a reflexive action from this. Because just know, and it keeps burning as they throw it to the side and use that as their reaction. And they just smile and disappear again, becoming invisible. The ashes are already touching them, so the invisibility affects them as well because they're wearing it.
Yep. Does it affect me and my whip because we're touching them?
It still makes it harder to hit the object because all you have to aim at is what's basically like 3/4 cover from now on. But the catch is that it's going to grab the whip and swing it, or attempt to.
So I get a
Opposing strength check.
not reflex or fortitude save?
No.
No, that'd be strength or strength.
Your grapple versus its grapple.
23.
It's the damnedest thing.
I'm gonna hold on to that whip.
You're going to hold on to the whip?
Uh-huh.
You're sure?
I've got wings.
You're positive?
I can float myself to the ground if I need to. I'm holding the whip.
That's not the problem. What the last thing that hit it was Viridia, who is well within whip range of this thing. And it is now holding it, and it has become unraveled because it wrapped it around its wrist.
I'm not letting go of this whip. It does
And
not
it
need a
is
barbed whip to
swinging
swing at us.
You
At me?
at Viridia.
Oh, jeez. Do I get
Am I
reflex save?
invisible?
You have your armor class that accounts for all of that at its much higher point.
I'm
I'm not
spreading
sure
my
what armor
wings.
class is either. Oh,
Like a
okay.
20.
Really? That's not what it
With
says.
leather armor, you get a +2 to that.
Okay, can I give it
Well,
disadvantage?
that still wouldn't be 20.
What do you got?
On the leather armor, I thought it was +1. Or I guess it was a +2. I don't know.
10 plus 3 plus dex. Okay, 10 plus 7. You have an armor class of 17.
Okay.
Okay.
And so I'm rolling a.
You don't have
Oh.
to just yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm rolling to hit you with them. They
Can
have
I
the
give it a
highest-
disadvantage by opening my wings and creating wind drag?
No, you don't have any more hero points.
I wouldn't need a hero point for that.
At this point, yes, you would, because it would be to take an extra action in order to open your wings.
And you didn't see it coming.
That's okay.
You were pretty sure you planted yourself real good, and you rolled high enough. Fact is that it got you by 2.
Oh! I rolled an 18!
I'm mad at it. Sorry. 15. It rolls 24, so it does hit.
As I'm flying. I'm sorry, Maria!
How heavy are you?
Actually, I
I
am.
don't know if she has her height weight down,
I am
but
only.
she's a woodland elf.
Only 115 pounds?
At
You're a
best, I'm
115 pound bird?
117.
I'm big!
I mean, honestly, I'm not much more. 115, 117
Okay,
pounds.
cool. I just needed to know how big the flail was.
I'm not trying to
Oh.
move too much, so I am like, I'm not going chaos bird.
Well, that's good.
My talons are
So
retracted.
you don't see them flailing, you see them trying to tuck their sharp points away as they come flying to you, holding onto the whip, a look of sheer terror on their faces. They see you. They're like this with the beak over top of their arm, holding onto the end of the whip, almost crying and afraid of the lecture they're going to get when they get off this whip.
I'm not letting go. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm
Do
sorry.
I have to, or I guess
Your armor class is a 17, so
Roll
they
for
do.
damage here.
I am.
Okay.
1d6 plus 1d12 for Kalora. Two
This bitch really hit a motherfucker with another motherfucker.
plus 6 plus 4 on the strength.
I'm being
bonus.
nice. I'm like tucking all my pointy bits in and squealing how
Eight.
sorry I am.
You take 12 damage as you get smacked with Kalora. And go ahead and make a reflex save. Yes, you do need one to be knocked prone. Because that's a very large object colliding with you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Meridia.
Turns out that these things actually have a really nice strength score.
Uh-huh. Oh god, but that's great. You just hear a squealing bird as a fly.
15.
15. Good news. You are not knocked prone, but you are totally staggered back a little bit from that. I mean, you did just get knocked with a bird that weighs as much as you do.
Now here's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
question: Do
totally
I take
fair.
damage?
And yeah, you say what?
Do I take damage?
Thank you for reminding me.
I don't.
You take, as the flail, you take 2 points of damage as most of it is absorbed off of your armor, and you're able to at least position your body so you don't get hurt that badly.
I'm just
Because
trying to
from
keep all
years
my
of
pointy
combat
bits in.
training, you know how you learn to use armor so that it deflects the blow the best you possibly can to preserve yourself? Well, Kalora totally did that in this collision, and they didn't take much damage from it, but you totally got whomped.
Would have been much worse if my spiky bits or pointy bits been out.
No.
As Galora, she winds up, or
You're a
as
flail.
Viridia winds up on her back for like half a second, but she pops back up, knocks another arrow, and you're just thinking, I have really got to reassess my life.
Okay, and that brings us to Aspen. And this thing is looking really rough after that shot to the chest.
So, Aspen, watching where she got flung from,
Oh, you can see it completely now.
yeah,
Still holding the whip.
decides to cast Call of the Grave, which is a sickening energy that I'm going to shoot in the direction of where, not initially where Calora came from, but where I last knew the green hag to be.
Nobody answered me if I'm invisible.
No, you're not.
Okay, then my whip is pointing right at it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm using. It
Yeah,
as
that's why
a,
you don't get a disadvantage on the roll.
yeah. Okay, so 5 plus 7 is 12. 5 plus 7 is 12, right? Yeah. Yeah, I did a 12 on that.
To hit,
Uh-huh.
you miss. You watch as your spell, like the AoE for it, just kind of past it, and it keeps hold of the whip, dragging Calora a little bit through the mud. No damage, just mud up your beak holes.
It's fine. That's
You're
fine.
used to this kind of thing in a fight. And that brings us around to you, hooked to the ground after having collided with your homie.
Hooked or simply just kind of covered in ground?
Covered in ground.
Alright, cool.
You are prone. You will have to use at least some minor action to move
That's fine.
upward.
That's fine. Actually, how deep can I tell this muck is?
Roll perception real quick.
28.
You're really not sure. You're also not exactly sure how it is that it's this stable, this deep.
Cool. I am burrowing my shit into this mud. I am making myself the stickiest, fucking stuckest mud turtle this wench has ever met. I'm trying, like, hands, wings, everything but my beak is burrowing. And I am clinging to that whip for, like, dear life. Holding it on my chest and burrowing.
Yeah, it is. Okay, cool, because it's at will. I can do it as a reflex. As you're doing this, it waves a hand, and a tree slams you down into the mud and helps you.
Cool. I'm a sticky mud turtle.
And they let go of the whip.
Damn it. Well, I didn't lose my whip. How much damage did I take?
None.
Lost them.
None. Okay.
They're just pressing you into the mud, and you're now grappled and in the mud.
Alright, that's fine. They
With a
did not get a hold of my
disadvantage
whip.
because of the stuck.
They did disarm me, though.
All I can see is, like, in my head, it's just you being pulled around like you're skiing.
And then,
Right?
okay, so that's their reflex, and I don't get another one. So that brings us around to you, Wisp.
Yay!
As you just watched the bird get stuck in one. By the way, you're going to have to take a bath before you can fly again.
That's fine.
So I know where the location of this thing is, correct? This
Oh yeah,
house?
you can absolutely see her.
Okay. I think at this point, I'm going to take a note from earlier, and I'm gonna cast my spout on the hag.
Ooh.
Okay, you're gonna cast your spout spell on the hag,
Oh yeah, fucking waterfalls.
like right underneath of her.
yeah.
Okay, you know that does have a knock effect, doesn't it?
I don't think so.
Okay, then it's just gonna create a spout of water and soak her down.
It's more like a blast of water that comes up out of the ground.
Okay, yeah, it's definitely wet enough that you could do that easily.
Yeah, I was thinking something like, don't go chasing waterfalls. Like the first thing
Okay.
that popped in my head when I cast it.
5 foot up, 30 feet wide.
Yeah.
5 foot up, 30 feet wide. Are you gonna center it on? Are you trying to aim to miss anybody?
I could use a shower.
Well, it's going to cause damage to everything in that 30 foot
Cause
radius.
damage to everything.
It's fine.
But it's not 30 feet wide. It's 30 feet is my range, and it's a 5 foot 5 foot pool.
Oh, 5 by 5.
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
5 by 5 blast that comes up out of the ground.
I'd still technically be within that 5 feet, wouldn't I?
Possibly.
If you're right up on it, no, it's space.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Well, I had a
Measure it
solid-
at 2 ends of a whip. The general whip is 10 feet, so you.
Yeah,
would
it's a
be
10
outside
foot.
of-
It's the equivalent of a 10-foot bullwhip with
Yeah,
a 3-inch spike.
Yeah.
I'm just targeting to hit it.
All right.
I got a 23 to hit.
Oh yeah, you totally hit him with that. So
My damage.
I get a reflex for half on that. I know that much.
Where are your
Plus
damage?
7 is no. I just found out what his spell save difficulty is, so I have to roll off of that. Nope, that totally blows up to the bottom and hits.
Go Rachel here.
Oh,
That
was
so we can see her now.
At this moment, yes.
Okay.
8 plus 6 is 12.
No, it's 14.
Oh yeah, 14. Wow.
14.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Thank you for the mathing. I needed that.
Somehow still standing, she snarls at you. You'll never find her if you kill me. And just smiles, and I'll never tell you if you don't.
As a bonus action, can I cast my dash?
You can use your dash basically as your one bonus of the round. There's just one catch. You don't have any actions beyond that, and it'll just put you into word range if that's where you want to be.
I'm checking my HP. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do a dash.
Okay,
in their
and that'll
direction.
stop. Okay, so that puts you like right up close to it, and that's the end of your turn.
Okay.
And now we're around to Viridia. And you can see this thing, it's bleeding out black.
I want to use my hero token and my archer's dedication and quick shot to make sure that I plug her right where I did before. 2 quick arrows straight to the chest. Well, actually, 1 to the throat and 1 to the chest if I can manage it.
Double tap.
Okay, roll a hit twice.
That's gonna be my red. Yay! Where'd you go?
Not in the place you wanted it.
No, not at all. Oh, that's terrible. That's a 2.
So
That's
one
a
hit.
9.
9 and 9 is...
Well, that was a 2 and a 9. I was planning on using the hero token to,
Guarantee it.
yeah.
That I'll let you guarantee one of them.
Let's guarantee that 2.
Guarantee the 2.
And then my to hit on both of those is gonna be, so the +3 deck.
It's
Well,
plus
I
your
don't know what that turns
proficiency.
the 2 into. What does that turn the 2 into?
9 plus... That one's a guaranteed that it hits it. And that's just that one hits.
Okay, so then 9 plus 3 is 12, and then with the 9, 10, 1 is 22.
That definitely hits. Go ahead and roll for damage on 2 shots. Because there's an off chance it could survive. Barely.
D8
Maybe.
plus 1. No.
Because you're going 1 to the
Plus
chest,
2.
1 to the throat.
So it's going to be 2d8 plus 2 here.
8 and 7
So that's gonna
plus
be
1 each, so it's a 9 and an 8.
Yeah.
All right.
17.
So the first arrow. Well, since you're firing off 2 arrows, one to the chest, one to the throat, one of them would kill. The other one's just insult to injury. So how do you want to do this? Describe it.
So she gives her little villain speech, and I frankly believe that without her presence, it's going to be much easier to track this child. I don't actually believe her, and I don't want to play games with a witch in the middle of the forest in the middle of the night. So it's just straight Robin Hood. First one to the chest, right in the hole that I already put 1 arrow.
And you watch as she lives her last breath and slumps, and you fire off your second shot,
and it just fucking nails her to the tree by the throat.
this one goes straight through. And it's... An arrow shaft is actually pretty sturdy on something that would be fired in a more medieval setting versus modern.
They really are.
Like, a bodkin was made to go through plate mail. Come on, people. So, that being the case, that arrow does quite literally tack her to the thing very dead. Like a... like a scarecrow. Her body hanging limp and lifeless, the rags of her clothes very... And that putrid smell just lingering in the air.
Ugh.
Yes?
Can I gut her parts?
Sure, roll an occult check.
I also want to search her for components.
Nature for you, things that'd be useful.
15 plus 7.
You would both be searching for different things. Anybody else?
Sure, I'll do it. Why not?
22.
What am I using my tanning or my
Yeah.
my nature? Or
Well,
what?
if you want hag's hide, you can have it. I mean, I'm not going to say no. 22?
Yeah, I got a bag holding.
I also got a
Should
22.
ride my bag holding.
Well, I figured the hag's hide probably doesn't have any more magic left in it, so there's no point in keeping the hide.
You know that
I
there
have
are
those.
arcane properties. You're pulling occult properties from yours.
Fuck it, I'll keep the hide.
22 and
Yeah.
22. Got it.
17.
Cooler?
You gonna harvest it?
No, I'm gonna try to get out of the mud.
Well, go ahead and roll strength check.
None of us are perfect at it.
20.
It takes you a minute, but you manage to break the tree that was just basically shaped around you to hold you down. And you watch as Kalora pushes themselves up out of the mud. While you all are dismantling this hag.
Oh, Kalora, are you okay, sweetie?
I'm fine. It didn't get my whip.
Well, all's well that ends well.
I didn't lose my whip.
I'm glad you kept it.
What do I find in the way of ingredients? Natural stuff.
Well, let's see. Actually, you were able to harvest its heart and gallbladder,
Oh!
Jordan.
Nice.
You ended up with both of its eyes having uses in potions.
Eyes?
Hag's eyes, yes.
Yummy. I didn't find anything else on it of use?
I want to yank a
Toenails and claws. There's a venom in the claws that's incredibly, it's a strength-sapping venom.
Ooh,
Okay.
Tooth.
Teeth?
I want to be.
Okay, you take her teeth. Roll survival.
Eyes.
That's 20 hag's claws, right?
I mean,
10 toes, 10 fingers, am I wrong?
26.
26. 26 26.
13 toes,
5
13 fingers.
Ooh. God damn, that thing could have fucking slit me the fuck wide open. I'm glad you missed. Anything else that I'd need for potions and spells and rituals and shit?
Oh god damn it, it's my turn.
Yeah, it's his turn
that's
actually.
Stop stealing all the fucking parts.
Okay. So you're rolling based on arcane.
Okay.
Your lore arcana that you have, that's what you'll use for your check for this, but to harvest things.
Alright.
Your survival's high enough that that's all you need.
Fuck yeah.
What you got?
I got 27. Or not, oh, fuck, I didn't realize it was that high. I got a 29.
Okay. So with a 29, you managed to strip its blood.
How much blood?
12 vials. So about 3
Well, we
quarts. 3 out of 4 quarts.
Absolutely freaking wrecked this bitch.
Right.
No, she would own the term Karen proudly, so you can call her a bitch.
I said which is why I corrected myself.
Yeah.
Okay, so 3 quarts blood and
You were able to harvest 3 ounces of green hag adrenaline.
okay.
Aside from that,
What did
nothing.
what did I get as far as the hide when I like skinned it?
Skinning it,
Yeah.
you managed to get it off relatively in good shape. You're pretty sure that you may be able to use the hag's skin for some sort of alchemical purposes. More than likely as a poison. The blood, believe it or not, you're very sure is good for healing things. And as she falls, a stripped carcass to the ground,
I use produce flame to burn whatever leftover parts we find unusable.
after about 15 minutes, pile of ash in the woods.
How's that smell doing?
It's still lingering in the air. It trails off up the woods away from you in both directions, like you were on her trail, basically.
We still gotta find that little girl.
I'm gonna call out. It's dead! Please make a bunch of noise for us! Make noise like your life depends on it! I'm screeching.
Everybody roll perception.
Make noise like your life depends on it.
Where you are now. Okay.
Yes. What a time for a nat 20.
Nat 20.
For a 28.
Nat 20, nat 20,
24.
24.
I got 21.
21? Well, y'all did really well on that part. That's going to wrap this up really quick. As a result, you hear a very, very muffled, like something's gagging the person. Muffled like, maybe 400 or 500 yards deeper into this marshy area. You notice that things are starting to glow with this odd purplish tinge.
Do I need an athletics or an acrobatics check to fly to that exact location?
You are so caked with mud you cannot fly.
Oh, that's right.
I'm in my natural terrain though, so I move very quickly towards that sound.
Can anybody rinse me off?
Okay.
There was a D4 that fell out and I put it back in.
Okay.
Can anybody rinse you off?
That's gonna hurt.
You don't want to
That
know
sounds
that
like
answer.
Okay,
So since they say, can anybody rinse me off, is it okay if I do a urination?
That'll hurt you.
you can, but I would not recommend it with that reaction from the player.
I have a full round.
To react. Especially since we're now out of initiative, so whatever it is would be a reactive reaction. And they can do it immediately in retaliation. That's just the rules. So,
I don't know, I got a feeling if I was going to pee, it would probably be, electrify the ground, then pee on the ground just so I can get that little electrifying experience.
Wow.
Tingle
Some people
while
Zip
have
I-
yourself.
Yep.
some
little-
people have professional grade issues.
A little tingle while I mingle. Thank you, buddy.
I mean, my prestidigitation technically has the ability to clean up to like, hang on, let me see how much. Give me 1 second.
That's not it.
Oops, not that stuff. Sorry, my bad.
Well, somewhere over here by your bag.
Cleaning is it just says a large object
I am far
can
from
take
large.
10 rounds of concentration to clean it.
You should.
Over
I'm
1
far from
minute,
large.
basically.
Yeah, over a 1 minute base.
It'll take them a full minute of concentration to clean you.
It's fine. I'm just gonna start running. There are no good options. I'm just
I'm just
running.
gonna hit them
Yes.
with prestidigitation and concentrate on their dumbass as they fucking fly away or squawk off.
Oh no, I'm quietly running. I'm listening to the little girl making as much noise as she can.
And where's everybody else? Because you can all hear this.
I can still target her. That's why I know what I said.
Some mud falling off of me
well,
as I
if
run.
I'm hearing this girl, I mean, obviously I don't know how close they are. Do I know how close they are? Like,
You said 40, 50 feet away, right?
400 or 500 feet. 400 to 500 yards away, up to, like, deeper in.
I'm gonna drop down on all fours and start basically almost like double time running in that direction.
Like kitty catting it through the trees,
Yeah,
basically.
kitty catting it. That way I've got like more maneuverability.
Like up the tree through the
Yep.
branches like a cat.
Yep, more maneuverability, a little faster speed.
Go ahead and roll acrobatics. I just want to see how well you do. I'm pretty sure that you can get that. You're going to roll over a 5.
You can keep
There's
the big
always
one.
the chance trying to do that.
I got a 13.
Plus,
That's my plus.
that's with the plus?
Yeah,
Okay, well, it's over the 10 you needed, so you'll be fine. So it's a little bit slick out here. It seems like there's some sort of a weird moldy moss that's kind of like the trees are decaying.
Okay.
But you managed to get your way about 60 feet up, and you can kind of see her down at an angle.
Alright.
And it's not that she was as far away as you thought, it's that she's back in basically like a tree-shaped cave.
Okay.
Like a cave made out of shaped trees.
So I can actually
She's
see-
over top of a pot.
As in like cooking over top of a pot?
No, like dangling over top of a pot with a what looks like a birch root wrapped around her head as if the tree was shaped that way,
How far am I from?
and tied into a knot behind her like a gag.
I mean, I have grim tendrils.
How far am I from the?
About 300 yards.
Save your
Alright,
magic.
I'm gonna keep moving then, obviously.
Yeah.
You fly.
I was gonna go in stealth, but there's no point right
Is
now.
As
there
soon
a
as I'm
fire under the pot?
Yes.
As soon as I'm clean, I can fly.
And it's reflecting large amounts of shiny objects and things like this has been going on for a while back here in the woods.
So as Kalora is running off and I cast prestidigitation on them, has like a minute of time passed, or does that work that they're running and I'm chasing after them?
Okay.
How
So
can I
as
turn
you all
that
are
off?
running forward to find this little girl, because we are now out of initiative,
Yeah.
you can see as you get closer and closer that she is hanging over top of a pot inside of a hut that looks like it's made of trees that have been shaped together by magic to grow into a structure that's safe and a good shelter. There are niches and walls carved out all across the inside of it, and inside each and every one of them are mementos.
Oh, Jesus.
Must oath.
A pocket watch here, a pretty gold coin from a foreign land there, trophies, and a set of stairs winding up inside to what looks like a second room that's been grown with woven branches. And you can see that the entirety of the banister is made of the skulls of hundreds of people, men, women, children.
The necromancer in me is admiring the decor, but at the same time slightly appalled.
The fire is over an old cauldron. Runes glow on the outside of it.
How have we not noticed this the whole time? Can I... This is another unorthodox use of a spell.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to cast Gale Blast at the fire to essentially blow it out.
Don't crit fail, but okay.
Don't crit fail. I love that. Don't stoke the fire, please.
16.
You're
was
good.
not a crit fail.
The fire flares a little bit upward at first, and then it does that thing where the flames try, like, really try to hold on to the wood itself.
Mm-hmm.
And then it flickers away and turns a greenish purple color and then poofs into nothingness. The candlelight and the torchlights and lanterns made from what look like tiny little luminous sprites stuck in cages hanging throughout the ceiling. The cages themselves enchanted apparently so that any time that they stop fluttering, it produces a jolt. And a healing spell at the same time. So they can never rest, but they never lose their ability to move forward.
I'm still making a mad dash to get in. I don't care if I take some damage.
After about 15 to 20, actually more like 5 to 10 minutes of making a very quick movement there, you all do get to this little girl. The fire going out like we just described. And she is terrified. And that birch root is actually grown into a loop around her head. What?
I ain't got the magic to handle this one, guys. How are we getting her down?
Does it have an offshoot that goes further away from vital bits?
It's literally just tied like a gag this big around all the way around her head in a ring.
Is it completely tied all the way around?
It's a ring that looks like the tree was forced to shape itself like this around and then break itself off at a Y beyond it.
Okay, right at the Y, I'm going to use my sickle to pop it.
Roll to hit.
That's what sickles are for.
No,
Oops.
I was snickering because you said right at the Y.
Ooh,
and
18
my brain's kind of went
plus
reverse.
3.
What was that?
18 plus 3 is 21.
Okay, so it snaps free, and she's still quite strung up, but now can speak, and you didn't nick her or anything like that in the process. And you get her down, and it's definitely the little girl that you remember seeing with the mother. And she looks relieved, and as you look around through the room, even by the dim, messed up lights that are in here, you can see quite a bit is going on. And that's where we're going to end it and leave things hanging for the moment, because it is late.
Literally, not figuratively.
So thank you guys, and please remember to like, share, subscribe if you
Tell your
haven't
friends.
already. Tell your friends, and as always, live long,
Live long
and
and
prosper.
prosper.
Bye.